I am here. I'm here. Hang on. Oh wait, this one. Switch over here. And then oh, that's a little mouse. Boom, I arrive. Welcome everyone. Welcome. Oh, I'm a little late. I know. Oh, we're good. Oh, I'm tired. A little tea. A little wake me up. Oh, it'll wake me up. Oh, that'll do it. Yeah. Caffeine. All right. Big progress yesterday. We got the sprite sheet and we got it into the game, and I exported an HTML5 and it worked. So that's good. So now we need to go around and building the environments and stuff. So I just want to read through. So we have 6 days left in the jam, and I just want to make sure nothing has changed. Set up, join the official Discord. This fall, teams no more than 5. Submit, include a game design doc. Your submission must run in the browser. If you do need to leave, do not attempt to sabotage. Be cool to each other. No AI generated content. No pornographic or content or nudity. No illicit drug references. Okay. Submission. Game design document. This is prototype. This is a very limited working copy of your game. Focus on playability over anything else. Yeah. If it doesn't run, it won't win. Fair. Your prototype must run in a browser. Upload here on Twitch.io. The reason this is required is for ease of judging and reduction in malware. Winners will be announced during the daily dev stream. Okay. Voting criteria. Yeah, we need to read this a little closer to time. Prizes. Prizes include Pirate Software Game Jam laurel to be displayed on your game publicly. Access to the Game Jam winners channels on Pirate Software Discord. A shout out on the Pirate Software social media accounts. Personal feedback from off-brand games on game publishing. No strings attached. Sponsors. Does it list the judges? Okay, it used to list the judges, and it was basically just Pirate Software. But now that he works for Ludwig's gaming company, Ludwig's really involved, I wonder. Okay. Okay, let's look at what's going on our board over here. Let's look at the development timeline. So the things we still need to do: UI design, complex player movement, NPC interactions, combat mechanics, in-game action, player animations. Player animations is officially in progress. Sound effect, pause, any extra polish, and submit. So, things that are ongoing are the game design document, which is looking pretty good, by the way. Main menu, simple player movement. Story dialogue is almost done. Spells buffs, That's going okay. Main menu playlist, level thing, player animations, and the color scheme's done. So okay, we have a bug. Where's... we have a bug, and the bug is oh, okay, it's there. The bug is this text is all garbled in the export for some reason. And so we need to figure that out. We're gonna start off with a simple Google on it. Why is my font garbled when exporting from Godot? A garbled font when exporting from Godot usually occurs because the font you're using doesn't support character set needed for your text. Oh, yo! Just here for a little bit. Yeah, I'm doing good, Tom. Good to see you, man. We're just researching a couple of things about the game. We got the game exported yesterday. Not anything playable, just an exported test of the main menu here. And we're gonna try to figure out why the text here is all garbled. Or because of incorrect font import settings. Like not disabling sub-pixel positioning when using a pixel art font. Oh, what is sub-pixel positioning? Is that a sub-pixel positioning? Yep. It's all interesting. Filter sub. What is this? Nope. Okay, is this in the project settings? Project settings. Sub. How did he do it? I could just copy it from there. Sub-pixel positioning. Theme. Default font sub-pixel positioning. Disabled. Is that what we're supposed to do? Like... all good, Tom. You have a good rest of the day, man. Later, man. It's good to stay busy. Not disabling when using pixel art font, causing issues with how the characters are rendered on different platforms. Okay, so I have disabled. Now we will restart. That's a little too loud for me. Yeah, something like that. Okay, is this the same font as this up here? Oh, I don't think it is the same font. That's themes. Interesting. Okay. Let's try to export it and see what happens. Export. Web 5. Export. Index. Save. There it is. Okay, I had a code. Okay, how did I do this before? How did we do this before? Dev failed to fetch. Yeah, what was... I just gotta run this. Nope. Text is still messed up. So let's do this. I noticed that this is not the text. So new theme. That is not what that does. How do I get the font? Font? What's up with this? This is a ladle. And that font is found under Control Theme Overrides Font. Here, under Control Theme Overrides Font. Oh, it is. That is the font. Oh, okay. Let's re-import the font, which is under Assets, Fonts. This guy. And maybe the font's too small. Yeah, a font size of 1 is, oh. Maybe? Is that... If I play it, what does it look like? Hmm. Okay. Let's try exporting it. Excuse me. Great. All right. So I think a big thing was having the just like it should now. So I think a big thing was having the pixels set to 1 down here in the bar. It didn't like that. It didn't like that. So all right, let's go into levels. So in levels, we're going to have main menu, which then goes to the courtroom. Why is that not doing what I want it to do? Oh, no, it's over here. Goes into the courtroom. And then from the courtroom, it goes into Ted House. And then from there it goes to town. And we're going to work on the town today. So let's get a video tutorial up that I can reference. Y sorting could be a potential. Tile map. Hang on a sec. Okay, so we don't have to worry about Y sorting yet. Alright, we're going to throw this into Firefox so we can all watch this together. Teach us, Deadworm! I mean, Devworm, not Deadworm. Holy shoot.
Hello, so tile maps, which are a super amazing tool in Godot that allow us to create wonderful looking scenes like this. And today I will cover everything you should know from the tile map basics to collisions and layering, as well as how to animate tiles, use auto tiling, and so much more for Godot 4.3 and onward. Here's the breakdown for today's tutorial just in case you wanted to skip around. Remember, if you have any questions at all during this tutorial, let me know in the comments and I'll be sure to get back to you. But subscribe to help other aspiring game developers, and now let's begin. Okay, so to get started with this tile map tutorial, I want to first cover the basics of the tile map node because that is important to understand before we can move into any of the other functions and features of the tile map system here in Godot. So, firstly, what are we going to do? Well, let's go over what we have, right? We have some art here, which is the art that we're going to be using for this tutorial. We're not going to be using all of this. This is just the files that I downloaded from itch.io, which was created by a wonderful creator, and I'll leave a link and credits to the creator in the description below. So if you want to go check all that out, you can go look at all that, and completely free over there on itch to follow along with this tutorial. We have a world TSCN, which is just a node 2D. It's just the root node. That's all we have. So where do we want to get started with this tutorial? Well, let's first get started with going over the basics. So let's add in that tile map node by clicking on the little plus button, typing in tile map, and you're going to see that there's two different nodes. First, we're going to use the tile map node to learn the basics of the tile map system, and then we'll go over the tile map layering node when we get to the layering portion of this video.
Okay.
Right, we're going to cover layering briefly here in this section of the video, but then when we get to that, we're going to end up going over this node specifically and the benefits that this node has, because of course you can do layering in the tile map node, but there's more benefits if you do it this way, and it is the new node here in Godot 4.3. But let's start off by adding in this tile map, and let's go over what we see. Right, first you see a little panel down here open up, which you can't really do anything in, right? There's nothing we can do because we don't have a tile set for our tile map, right? So the tile set is what we're going to set up here, and we can just do that by clicking down, clicking on new tile set and opening that up. And then now you're going to see we have two panels down here, the tile map and the tile set. The tile set is where we can create our tiles, and the tile map is kind of where we click on the tile to draw it on our map. Okay, so to actually create our tiles, so we can go and paint our tiles around on our map, we need to go over to our tile set tab. And before we do this, it's important to understand that your sprite sheet is going to be basically a size, right? You're going to have a tile size. What is each tile? Is it 16 by 16? Is it 32 by 32? That is the first thing that you need to figure out, right? Because we need to set that over here. So for example, we have it automatically on default. It's set to 16 by 16. And in today's tutorial, we're going to be using a 16 by 16 sprite sheet, so we don't really have to make a change to that. But if you are using a different size sprite sheet, it is important to go and change this right here to fit the size of your sprite sheet. So to create a tile set, we can go over here to our art folder. We can drag in this swamp PNG because that's the first art that we're going to be using. And it's going to ask if we want to automatically create our tiles, and it's going to do that by the tile size that we set over here. So it's basically going to split up the image into that 16 by 16.
Why does it say deprecated? Use multiple tile map layer nodes instead. To convert a tile map to a set of tile map layer nodes, open the tile map bottom panels. Like, why does this say that?
On Godot, latest update 4.3 tile map were deprecated. So to fix this bug, we click on our tile map, we click on tile map, then we go to the toolbox and extract tile map. Then we right click, we change type to a node, and as you can see, it's working.
Okay.
Hello ladies and gentlemen, it's Mike here at Game From Scratch, and with the move to Godot 4.x from Godot 3, one of the casualties, I would say, was tile map support. The old tile mapping was honestly a bit better, although it has improved from Godot 4 to 4.3. But one major thing that happened with Godot 4.3, which is currently available in beta, is tile maps are now dead, as I'm going to illustrate to you as we create this new project. So let's create a new Godot project, and I will show you exactly what I'm talking about. Now, they're dead because they've refactored how things work. There is a new object in place here, and I do think the new system is more logical. There are some compromises they had to make it work, but before, if you were using tile maps, you used to have to do something like this. So here we are in our world. Now, first off, we're going to need some tiles. To do this, I'm just going to use, it's a humble bundle I didn't actually cover.
Oops, sorry.
Check it out, but this guy right here. So we'll go extract those out. to this folder, and we're just going to bring in some of these tile sets. A tile set is generally either a collection of images, small images, but generally they're pushed together into something called an atlas, as we will see right here. So there's a variety of them. We can see them in like the thumbnail view, exactly what we were dealing with here. So it's a bunch of now supposed to use is tile map layers. So that is each layer, or think of it basically as a stack of tiles on top of each other. You do each individual layer now. So what I'm going to do is create just an empty node, like so, and we're going to call this one my map. Now this is completely optional. You don't need to have a parent node, but it does make sense to me. Kind of gives you that hierarchy that you used to have with tile maps before. And now what you do is create a tile map layer. And their tile map layer is more or less what you would often do is have them stack on top of each other. So the thing at the bottom are drawn on by the things above them, are drawn on by the things above them. So it makes a lot of sense for the bottom tile layer to be, say...
Hello everyone,
Oh.
My name is Techno. I've been at AWS for 2 years now, and I've wanted to make this video for you.
Ground. And then on top of that, we might do another tile layer like so, and we will call this one buildings, spelt wrong. And then we'll do another tile layer, same thing, so, and then this one we will call props. So this is the new structure that you would use. Now for each one of these, what you have to do is set up a tile set for it. And this is the part that I find kind of irritating because the tile sets are not shared across, so you need to kind of duplicate your work here. So go ahead, you create a new tile set here. Our tiles are actually 48 by 48 pixels just because of the way that the tiles in this particular bundle worked. And then once you've done that, so you come down here, you're in tile map mode. Now what you want to do is come in here and create your new tile set. So that is done by basically come in here and say add an atlas, go into our tiles and pick the atlas we want. So we could do, by the way, you could shift collect, you can add a bunch of these in. This is the ground though, so I just want like the ones that look groundish, like so. And we're gonna go ahead and add those in. It will create our tile sets. It will automatically create them based off the spacing that we gave. So this is using 48 by 48 pixel squares. If you need to change that, you can do that. If you've got spacing between the tiles, you can set it here. But now you've got this tile set ready to go. By the way, there's a little icon over here that you can zoom out to show the to fit the tiles as best as possible in. It doesn't go all the way if there's a weird aspect ratio like what we have right here. And that is our basic layer. So let's say I want to go ahead and draw some grass. I go ahead, I can select a tile. Now this is a user interface thing I find I trip up on it all the time.
Grid. We can click on yes to create all of these tiles automatically, and you're going to see what happens there. Now we have a bunch of different tiles, but you're going to be like, well, okay, do we click on paint to go and paint these? Well, no, paint is actually going to be to paint properties on top of the tiles. For example, collisions, navigation, terrains, stuff like that. But we'll go over that in just a minute. So the way that we paint it is by clicking on this tile map tab down here, and we can click on a tile and we can just drag it around on the top, and you're going to see how that comes out, right? That looks good. But how do we erase it? Well, let's say you put a couple ones in the wrong spot. How do you take them away? Well, if you right click, you're going to see that it's going to remove them. If you right click and hold, you can drag it around. If you click on some of these functions that we have down here, for example, this line is going to allow us to create a line, right? And then if you want to create a square, you can click on that square and it's going to allow you to draw out a big square. And then paint bucket, of course, which is a paint bucket tool, like in any photo editing app, right? And then we're going to have the eraser. So you can click on the eraser and the square, and then you can erase in a square. Or you can erase, for example, in a line, right? However it needs for your game that you're using. You can also, let's say we want to use this corner right here, right? I want to go over this real quick. So you see this corner? If we click on this rotation, we can actually rotate this exact same sprite over and over. Or we can flip it horizontally, or we can flip it vertically. What that's going to do is it's really going to mess up the way that our sprite sheet looks, right? Because you see how this sprite is? That blue's on the top now, but that blue is really supposed to be on the side. So to get that back, we're just going to have to kind of play around with it for just a minute and then flip it vertically. And then that's going to look like default. So now everything should be in the default position. But yeah, you have all those rotations. And what that does is it rotates this entire page here. It just doesn't show that visibly. And those are really the important things that you need to know. So for example, if we wanted to paint a little island, what would be the best way for us to go about that as of now without having, auto tiling or something like that set up? Well, if we click on this blue, you're going to see we click on this square and we draw out a square. Boom. Now we have an ocean. Then we can go and click on this little pin tool and we can draw out where do we want our land to be. For example, let's say we want our land to be here. Now let's draw the edges of this land. For example, this would have to be an edge. Then we need a corner. Then we need a corner. Then we need a straight, straight, straight. Then we need this top corner, and then some straights across the top, this corner, and then we're going to need some downwards ones, and then we're going to need this corner. And then how are we going to do this one? Well, we're actually going to use this tile right here, right? Boom. And then that makes us a little island. Okay, so now how do we want to, for example, put a chest on this island? Well, we need to create our other tile PNGs over here, right? For example, we have the swamp objects. If we drag in the swamp objects to our tile set tab, and we create all of these tiles automatically, you're going to see that if we expand this real quick and we come over here, you're going to see that we have a chest icon. But you're going to see what happens if we try and create this chest, right? If we click on over here to tile maps, we click on this chest and we add it, it's only going to end up adding half the chest, and it's going to remove that background. First of all, why is it going to remove the background? Well, that's because we're doing it on the same layer, so it's kind of replacing that tile instead of replacing, you know, multiple tiles, right? If that makes sense. So it's replacing this tile, but it's not allowing us to basically put it on top of that tile. So how do we do that? Well, we can come down here to the layering tab, add an element, and it's going to automatically add in another layer for us, which whenever you have a layer here in the tile map, we can have the modulate, we can turn on Y sorting, and we can also change the Z index of that layer. And this again is the old way of doing the layering, so there is a new way to do this and a better way to do this, which we're going to go over in just a minute. But basically, what if we go to layer 1, we click on, actually let's go back to layer 0, let's go to the swamp and let's replace this green thing, right, this green square. Let's go to layer 1, let's go to our swamp objects, and then let's add in this chest, right? Then you're going to see that it's going to, if we click off, it's going to place it on top of the other layer. So now it's on a different layer, but it is only half the chest. So how do we fix that? Well, there's a way to fix this. So let's go over here. Let's, first of all, whoops, we removed the wrong square there, the wrong tile. Let's go to layer 1. Let's go over to tile set. Let's go, well, actually, let's go back to layer 1. Let's remove this. Let's go back to tile set, and then let's go to our swamp objects. And then you're going to see this is our chest. We want to create this into one tile. How are we going to go about that? Well, we can delete both tiles. We can click on shift and then drag between the two tiles, and now we're going to have two different tiles. But you're going to see if we place this chest and this chest, they should both, well, that's actually not going to end up being the case, as you can see. So basically this tile is going to act really funky. It's going to take up this tile, half of this tile, and half of this tile, which obviously isn't what we want to do. So how are we going to end up making these two be aligned with, right, like they should be in a tile map or a tile based game? So we actually need to change the origin of this bigger tile that we just created, because if you look at this closely, you can kind of see the orange square goes all the way around this box. The orange square now only goes up to this portion, so this is really the tile aspect of it, and the rest of it is just visuals. So we want this to be centered down here along with where this one would be centered, right? So we can tab origin here, and you're going to end up seeing the texture origin, right here. It's centered kind of up in between these two tiles, while this one's centered where it should be centered, right? So basically we know that we have a 16 by 16 grid, so we can kind of do some basic math. We know if this is 16, this is 8, and this is 8. So if we move it down by 8 tiles, we should be aligned perfectly with this. So if we click on this tile, we change the 8 axis by 8, and then we click on this tile, you're going to see what happens. It's going to perfectly now align it with that based on the origin of that tile,
Okay.
and it's going to look even. So now we're going to have a bigger tile that is actually going to be even, and we can place it around the map, and it's automatically going to overlap because the origin is now set correctly, and the top half of this tile is actually technically no longer a tile, but just visuals, right? So the tile section of this ends right here now, instead of all the way up here where it did before. So that looks cool, and that is kind of how that functions. And now we can create bigger tiles, and we can place them around on our map. So all of these tiles, really, this one needs to be a 4 big, this one needs to be 4 big, this one needs to be 2 big, 2 big, 2 big, 2 big, 2 tall, you know, and then these are all 1. So we can kind of take these, actually we don't want to mess with those. We want to just actually change the origin on those, which is not what we want to do. We want to go back to our tile map, and we want to paint some rocks around, right? So let's paint some single rocks, some solo rocks, let's paint a mushroom, you know, and then we can kind of have that set up like that. And then if we look at our map, you can kind of see the world environment that we now have created based on layering, creating bigger tiles, and changing the origin of our tiles. But there is a couple other things that I want to go over, which is like collisions. So you need to be able to create collisions on your tile map. And also the reason that this looks blurry is because we haven't really changed our rendering settings. So we can go over here to project rendering and change that to nearest, and then it should look clear just like that. But let's say, for example, let's keep it basic. Let's just add in a collision to this rock. How would we end up adding in a collision on this rock? Well, we can go to tile map. We can end up coming over here and we can open up the physics layering. This is where the collision is going to be done. And then we have the terrain sets, which is where we're going to do auto tiling later on in this video. And then we have navigation, which is if you want to just add navigation onto a tile so that you can use the navigation node. It's another node in Godot that controls animation to check if the animation or if the navigation layer is, on that tile so it can navigate within a tile set. Basically, that's a whole different topic and a whole different video. But we can go here on physics layers, add in an element, and you're going to see this is where you can control the collision layer and the collision mask. You can have as many of these layers as you possibly want, right? For the sole reason of if you want different collision layers. For example, let's say for this rock, you wanted a different collision layer and a different collision mask than you wanted the water, right? So to do that, you could have two different layers with both set to different collision masks and layers. And the way that you would choose between these two is by going to our tile set, going to our paint, and coming down here to the physics layer 0, physics layer 1. But for this video, we're only going to have one. So let's just delete one of these collision layers here, and then go to paint and go to the physics layer 0. And you're going to see that it's going to pop up with a square. So we can either do this or we can kind of change it up based on however we would like it. But to see exactly how we want it, we can click on a square, and that square should pop up here. And we can kind of make a collision all the way around this here, just like this. And then we can kind of make it fit it, and then click on it again, and it should fit it. If we click on another one, you're going to see it's going to use that same exact collision, but we can come up here now and we can customize that collision just however we would like it to look, right? And we can click on that one, and you're going to see that it ends up adding that onto it. And then we can do this for as many things as we possibly want. So maybe you want it on the edges, right? And you want there to be a collision at the edge of your map. Well, you can put that classified within the tiles, right? So we're actually getting a ton of extra tiles here. But you can kind of see that you can do this, and then it's going to basically...
We want to watch the whole video, that way if there's something that we need to know at the end, we would know it before we get started.
Since it is pixel art, and it is going to be in a very small little area, then we can come over here to debug. We can turn on our visible collision shapes. Remember, that's not actually going to work because since it is a tile map, we have a custom function over here, which is going to be our collision visibility, and we can say force to show. So it's going to show it now, right? And if we click play, what's going to happen? You're going to see that we have this collision shape, and that collision shape up there. And they are collision shapes that are going to interact with other collision shapes in your game. So that's kind of how you go about collisions in Godot on tile maps. And then some other stuff in the inspector that could be important to know about is the collision animation. This is, for example, if you want your collision to be able to move around, you would have to enable this to create those sort of animations and to create that collision shape to be able to move around and still be able to collide, right? All this down here is basically default node stuff that comes on most Godot nodes, right? The position and everything. And for example, this is if you want to change the tile shape. For example, if you want to have an isometric game, and the tile layout and stuff you can't really change with a square tile shape. So if you have, for example, isometric, you're going to see how that kind of affects it. It affects it really weird, but you can kind of change how all this is stacked. For example, if it's stacked on an angle, if it's stacked, basically straight up and down, whatever it may be, right? But you can change that. For example, we're using square, so we'll leave it at that. I don't really know how to work all that other stuff. That's a whole different topic, right? Of course, it depends on the art that you have, but I'm sure it is the exact same way. So that's kind of the basics of the tile map node, some of the basic stuff that you should really know. But now I want to go over some of the more advanced things, right? So let's go over, for example, auto tiling, animations, and then let's go over an advanced layering. I want to start off with the advanced layering because it is not really advanced. It is just a different way to go about layering that involves more nodes. So I'm calling it advanced. But we'll go over that first, and then at this timestamp, of course, we'll move into the animation, and then this timestamp will move into creating those auto tiling systems, right? Okay, so an automatic way that we can automatically get these layering set up and these new layer nodes implemented based off of the layers that we already have on our game is by going over here into our tile map tab and clicking on this little toolbox, and then we can click on this extract tile map layers, this individual tile map layer nodes, and it's going to take all the layers that we currently have in this tile map and extract them into their own nodes. If you look at that, boom, we didn't do anything, nothing changed on our game, but we do now have 2 different nodes, right? And the way that we can switch between these different nodes is by clicking on these arrows. So for example, if we want to go to layer 1, we can select on next layer, and it's automatically going to transition between these nodes over here, right? If we want to select all the layers, we can select all the layers, right? And then if we want to, for example, of course, all the same stuff, the grid, if you want to have the onion skin on, you can choose all those different options as well. But alongside just these options, we have so many more options that are almost exactly like the tile map, and that is because the tile map layer is basically just a mini tile map without the layering option, right? So that's kind of the only difference, is that over here on the tile map setting, we just have the physics layers, of course, but on a layer, you don't really need physics layers because you only need to control the physics for that specific layer. So it kind of takes away from that aspect. It takes away from the terrain sets. I mean, actually, you have all the terrain sets, but it does take away from the navigation layers because, of course, you don't need that many layers. You only need to change the information for that one layer, right? And then, of course, it takes away the layer tab because, once again, you don't need different layers to control different layers because you don't have different layers. You only have that
good to
one
know.
layer in each node. So basically, you can control the physics, which is the collisions. You can control the navigation still. You can do all that. You can change the rendering, which is the Y sorting and stuff of that order, right? One thing that I want to mention, this use kinematic body is actually the exact same thing that you see up here in the collision animation. They're just named different things. So basically, if you wanted to create a moving collision, like a moving platform, then you'd end up using that function, right? That use kinematic body. It's kind of the same thing. Basically the force show, this is kind of just showing these collisions, so we can remove that if we want to. And basically all the just normal stuff. So you can see it's a lot simpler. It uses the same tile set basically as the parent tile map. But if we come up here and we reset this, watch what happens. It's going to remove the tile set for all of that. And that was actually a mistake because we didn't save this tile set. But if we go over here, you know, and we click save as, right, and we save this tile set as just tile set, right, just a normal tile set, then we remove it, right, and then we see this, it's like, well, there's nothing there. We can come back to either layer 0, and if we load in this on layer 0, you're going to see that it's going to end up loading it in on basically just the layer 0. That layer 0 comes in, right? So it's the water and the land, just like we had on layer 0 of our tile map, right? So what was set on this layer comes back. Then if we go to layer 1, you're going to see it saves that information as well. If we load in that exact same tile set, it's going to take in that layer's information. So it kind of saves the layers separately, but all within the same file, if that makes sense, right? And then, of course, if you removed both of these and you went up to the parent tile map and we loaded that same exact file in, it's going to end up loading in all the layers, all the children of that tile map below it, just like that, right? So let's say that we wanted to create a brand new layer, right? So let's just kind of restart this. Let's remove our layers completely and let's add in a new tile map layer. How would this work, right? Whoops, that's a full-on tile map right there. But let's add in a tile map layer. And how are we going to go about this? Well, we can go over here and we can click load and we can load in our tile set, right? And then we can draw in our tiles. For example, maybe we want this to be the water layer, because in a real game, you're going to want your layers very, very organized. And that's the really good part about this layering system here, right? So we can draw in a big ocean. Boom, boom. That's our water layer. Now we can have in another tile map layer for, let's say, our lower ground, right? So the lower ground layer.
Okay.
Now on this layer, we can create just a basic little ground. And then once we create this basic little ground, I want to go over how to create in our animations, right? Because if you see this and we draw out a little piece of land here, right? And we create just a little square, just like so. Whoops, kind of messed that up right there. but we create just a little square, we would like to see some animations on this, right? Because if we had some animations, then it's going to look like the water level is actually water and it's actually moving around on the island and it's like waves splashing. So how do we create this water to have some movement? Okay, so also real quickly, I want to just go over the benefits of doing it this way, because this may look like, well, that's a lot of work. You could just have everything done in one node. Instead, you're trying to make it done in a bunch of nodes, right? Well, there are some benefits for doing it this way. For example, Godot themselves mentions in the documentation that it helps with the overall performance of the game because it loads in differently
Good to know.
than if it was all done in one tile map. It also, a thing that I found out is that you can end up grouping these, which is very, very beneficial for many different reasons, but it's going to make it so much easier to figure out what layers are what, how to access them from code. So basically, because now they're part of the scene tree. Each layer is specifically its own node within the scene tree, which is actually amazing for different things. For example, procedural generation, right? It'd be very useful for that, for having every single layer of the tile map separated and allowing to access each layer and change each layer individually a lot easier than you would have before with everything done within one node. And another thing is like just organization, right? So this is going to keep everything organized. You can see water layer, lower ground layer, and you don't have everything done over just in one node, and you can kind of break it down. You can kind of basically turn one node off, keep the others visible, so you can kind of see what each layer has on it, a lot different than you could have before, if that makes sense. But yeah, so overall, it makes minor changes, but the minor changes in the long run are kind of going to be beneficial to your project and for your workflow. So that's kind of why I recommend doing it this way. But of course, really any way works is just the way that you prefer. But okay, moving on to animations. How are we going to go about creating animations?
That's a great question.
In Godot with these tile maps. So first of all, let's kind of break this down. So you can kind of see that this is a tile. This is the tile that we used up here in the corner. But this is actually frame 2 of that tile. This one is actually frame 3 of that tile. This one here is actually frame 4.
I don't think I
of
have
tile.
that.
Now you can't really see a difference.
We'll watch
there.
the video
Whenever
anyway.
they all are added together, you're really going to end up seeing a difference there. And I just realized that we are on our lower ground layers, so we made a little error there and added some tiles somewhere where we shouldn't have, right? But that's kind of how that works. So this is frame 1, frame 2, frame 3, frame 4. For example, this one here is frame 1, frame 1, frame 2, frame 3, and frame 4. So that's kind of the simple explanation behind it. But how do we actually do this different animation? So the animations are going to be done in each layer individually. So on our ground layer, for example, we can click on our ground layer. We can go to our tile set. And actually, I believe that these changes that we make in this tile set tab are actually going to be shared between all these layers because they're shared in this file right here. So whatever change you make here should go over to all the other layers if you're going to use the same tile on multiple different layers.
Probably should.
But we go up here to the select tab and we can select on whatever tile we want. For example, if we want to select on this tile, we can select on this. It's going to tell you kind of the breakdown of that tile, whatever you need to see. And then we're going to go down here to animation. Now animation is going to basically ask you a few questions. It's going to ask you column, separation, speed, and then of course the frames. So for example, columns, basically this is how many frames or how many different columns you're going to be using. So of course we're going to end up using 4 different columns. We're going to use this one, this one, this one, and this one. Column is up and down. So if it's like animations downwards, so let's say it's these 3, then it's only going to be 1 column and it's going to be separated by 0 on the Y. And it's going to know that, okay, we need to go down. But if you have 3 columns and you have 3 frames, then it's going to know that you need to go across. But since we're going to have 4 columns, right, because we have 4 different columns, and each column is actually separated by 1, 2, 3, 4 different squares, we can separate it by 4 different squares. On the x-axis, we can set the speed to a little bit quicker, and we can come down here and just click on add another frame. Okay, and it's not going to let us add a frame because these are actually already classified as their own tiles. So we actually need to go over here to setup and we need to delete all of these tiles, right? So we can click on that little eraser tool and just kind of run over all these tiles here because it's not going to be able to add a tile to another tile if it's its own tile, right? Okay. So, okay, back to select, click on this tile, go back to animations, columns 4, separation 4, speed 2, and then we can add in another frame and you're going to see it's automatically going to highlight that one. It's going to automatically highlight that one. Automatically highlight that one, and that should be working. Everything in our game should be working as well, and you're gonna see it actually is working, so that looks good. But that one, it's kind of hard to see what's going on there because it's just a single pixel moving. So let's do this one. This one should be more noticeable. Okay, it's going to be the exact same settings, right? It's 4 different columns. They're all separated by 4 different squares. Let's set the speed to 2 so it matches, and then we can add in 4 different frames, and it's automatically going to pick those frames for us. You're going to see this entire row here now start to move. Okay, boom. Then we go through. It's going to be the exact same settings for all of these different squares because it is a sprite sheet and they are all separated the exact same, right? So boom, now we have these 3 going. So you can kind of see this entire side of the island moving. Then we need to do this one here. Whoops, animation. So column 4, separation of 4, speed of 2, frames 1, 2, 3, 4. And this is just going to get repetitive for basically this tile, this tile, this tile here, this tile here, this tile here, this tile here, this one, and this one, and this one, and it's gonna basically just be all of those. So I'm gonna go do those real quick in a time lapse just so I don't waste all your time. So I'll be right back. Okay, boom. So I just went and created all these different animations for all the different tiles that we have here. You can kind of see if we highlight over one, it's going to show you those other tiles all highlighted as well down here. If you look at that in the other sections, it's going to highlight those exact tiles just a tiny bit, but you can kind of see that it matches all those tiles. And if we look at our island now, we do have a bit of a little flow in there, and we have some animation. But again, let's go over a different style of animation. It's actually the exact same thing. I just want to add in something fancier here to this layer. For example, what if we wanted to add in a campfire, right? Well, let's do that on another layer. So we're going to add in a tile map layer. We're going to call this a miscellaneous layer. Miscellaneous layer 1, right? Miscellaneous layer 1, we can end up loading in that same tile set. Come over here to our objects. You're going to see that this is our campfire. So to do this, we're actually going to have to go and erase some of these tiles because we only want one of these tiles. So how do we create a big tile? Remember, we shift and then drag, click, and then we need to reset this origin, right? Because the origin's up here in the center and it's not going to be aligned with everything else. So to fix that, we can go to paint, and of course we have the physics layer. So if you wanted to add in a little physics piece, let's actually go through a little redo, right? So let's kind of learn how to create everything again, right? Like a little refresher. So maybe you wanted a little physics piece here on the campfire. We can end up adding that in, and then you'd have to add this in for every single frame, but because it is an animation, we're not going to have to, right? So we can do that. We can go in here, we can go to our texture origin, we can change it by 8 down so that it lines up perfectly there. And then to add in an animation, we can go over here, right, just like we did before, to the select tab and come up here to animation. How are we going to do this one this time, right? It's going to be a little different. It's still going to take up 4 columns, right? So we'll do 4 columns. It's separated this time by 0. There's no squares in between, so we can leave that at 0. We can set the speed to, like, let's do 5 because the campfire is supposed to be quick, right? They're supposed to be moving, and then it's going to be 4 frames, and you're going to see that it's going to automatically pick those frames, and it's going to pick the frames the same size as the frame that we just had, just like that. And then we can go to our tile map tab, and we can click on this. You're going to see if we want to paint in a animated layer, all of this is going to be highlighted because it's all part of this frame right here. We click on that, we can drag it up here. Should be able to drag it up here and click somewhere, and we should be able to place it. Now it's not letting us do that for some reason. Oh, that's because we have our eraser on and we have our square. So let's go to the pin mode, click on this, and we can drag it up here and place it wherever we want. And you're going to see those animations start to happen. So
I don't know if I have any of
kind of
those,
how you go about animations here with the tile set system in Godot. Now I want to move into more of the auto tiling system, because the auto tiling system is a really cool system, and we're going to make use of these animation tiles, so you can auto load tile, or you can auto tile with animated tiles, if that makes sense. Because you see all these tiles here, we're going to auto tile with these exact tiles, so the animation's already going to be involved. The auto tiling is going to be involved for us, and everything's going to be set up for us, and we're going to be doing pretty good. So let's move into auto tiling real quick, as it is also a very important function with the tiling system that you should know. And I'll give you my personal opinion on it, because it's kind of probably a not very common opinion on the auto tiling system. But yeah, I'll give you that. It's kind of some advice that you can take or leave. But let's move into auto tiling and learn about that now. Okay, so to create auto loading here in Godot with these tile maps, it's actually going to be very, very easy, and it makes everything so much easier on yourself in the future, right? It takes a little bit to set up, but then after that, you'll be able to create maps very, very quickly, right? So to do this, it's actually done in a new way here in Godot 4.3 because of these different layering nodes. If you look over here, there's no place to create a terrain set, right? Because we need a terrain to be able to create the way that we want the tiles to kind of connect with each other. So the reason we have to do this is we have to go up to our main parent tile map, and we can come down here to the terrain set, add in a tile set there, and then we can create a terrain within that tile, or within that terrain set. We'll just name this grass water, right? So this will be the grass connecting to the water tile set. And then to start adding this to our tiles, we can come down here to the lower ground layer. We can click on the paint tab, change this from texture origin down to terrains, click on our terrain set that we just created, and then select the terrain that we want to use, and then we can kind of go down here and connect it. So we can just click on a square, draw in a terrain on that. So since this is grass, the simple way to think about this is Lego bricks, right? So because it's, if we go over here to our main, it's connecting with corners and sides, it's going to use the side and the corners. So for example, this right here is going to now connect to this because we're going to be spawning these in, but it's never going to want to leave a brown square here not connected to another brown square. This brown square is always going to want to connect to another brown square. So if we do something like this, right, these brown squares are always going to want to connect to this center one. So it should create this center one. So whenever we're drawing our terrain, it's going to spawn all of these center ones, and then it's going to spawn these to connect to the edges of these center ones to create an outline.
Okay.
That makes sense. So if we go to our tile map and we go to over here, click on terrains, click on the grass, click on rectangle, draw out a rectangle, you're going to see that it doesn't really work because we're doing that on the tile map. So if we go back to our lower ground layer and then do this on our lower ground layer, you're going to see that it's actually going to work because we're going to be able to spawn them, and you're going to see that animation comes through.
Okay.
But if we use the pen tool and we try and draw this, it's going to not really look right at all, right? Like that doesn't look right at all. So to create that and make that look right, we can add in some of these other tiles by going to our tile set and drawing in this tile map with these. So it's going to connect the sides. So basically a good way to think about this is if you are creating an island like this, or you're creating a pathway, color in all the pathway or color in all the grass, and don't color in the water, because that's going to connect grass with grass, and it's going to leave the water to connect to water because water doesn't have that terrain on it. So basically, if you have, like, for example, a grass terrain, you want to color in all the grass because the grass is classified as the grass terrain, and you want grass to connect to other grass. So if you want that piece of the tile to connect to another tile, color it in. That's the simple way to think about it, right? So now if we go over here to the tile map, we go to terrain, we draw in a square, you're going to see that the same, oh, we have eraser on. We draw in a square, you're going to see that that happens. But if we go to the pen tool and we start drawing in, it's going to connect to that square now. And then we can create something like actually crazy like this. And then of course we're going to have to fill in the inner pieces here, but it's going to automatically fill that in even if we're using our terrain. And you're going to see that this weird funky island that we just created, and we can also come up here and delete some and then redraw over the top of these here.
Okay.
And we're actually going to get a kind of funky air there, which is a bit strange. So boom. Okay. So you can kind of see that it creates all of these edges for us, and they're all animated and they're all set up. And you see that, like, if we were to do this manually, we would have had to click this one, then change the tile, click this one, change the tile, click this one. But you can kind of see that we just created this cool looking island, and we can extend onto this island by just dragging, and it creates all those tiles and automatically sets them all up for us. If we go back to, for example, our water layer here, go to our tiles, select the water on our water layer, and we add in more water, you can kind of see how quick it is just to create a bigger and better map just like that, right? And then of course, if you wanted to create the mountains, you can create another terrain set for these mountains, and you could put that on top of this and create a little mountain area, but you can make that to where you can draw in that mountain. So for example, I'm going to do it in time lapse real quick, and then we can kind of go over how quick it is to just throw a map together, right? Okay, and you can see that this one was a little bit different to set up because the tiles were not all connected like this. So you can kind of see I'm going to use this one as the middle tile, this one as the edge, corner, edge, corner, edge, corner, edge, corner, and then these are going to be the surrounding just like that we had down here, right, to fill in those corners. And this is actually, if we go to our tile map, I'm going to do this on the miscellaneous layer. We can go to terrain and we can see this is grass on grass. And if we were to draw, you can kind of see that we can now create a mountain on top of this area, just like that. And then, you know, theoretically, if we were to just go and create another layer, right, and add in a tile map, use that same tile sheet, and then just end up using this grass on grass terrain, we can end up adding in another one, right? And you can kind of see how quick we just did that. We just threw all that together. We created layers, we created different levels to our little mountain that we have here. And let's say, for example, we wanted to create another layer, right? We could just create in another layer, and we can load in that same tile sheet. Let's say that we wanted to create a little camp up here on the very top. We can end up going and using that animated campfire that we already had, right? And we can place a campfire around, and then we can create, you know, for example, this little grave site up there. But of course, we would have to create these tiles separately, just because of the reason that they are kind of big, and we have to change the origin of them as well, right? But remember, let's see if you can do this part on your own, right? So we can do this, then we can go over here to the paint. So pause this video and see if you can change the origin on your own. But remember, you go down here to the texture origin, and then we can go and change these by 8 because they are 8 off from where they should be, and we can boom, boom. And then we can go back to our tile map, and then we can add in some graves up here at the very top, right? And they're all going to be lined up like they should be. But you're going to see how quick that we were just able to throw that together there. And it took about 2 seconds to throw it together, right? And then we can throw this chest down and all this different stuff. And we can just do it like super quick now because we set everything up. So that is honestly the power of tile maps here in Godot. And I hope this video was able to shed some...
Okay. All right. Let's get to it. So, we're going to make a tile map layer. We're going to create. We're going to make a node. Call that tile map. We're gonna new tile set. I don't understand. Not know what do. The tile set button. Tile set button panel. All right, watching the video again. Hang on. Oh, gotcha. Alright, so we're doing a 32 by 32 tile set. We're going to go to tile set, and we're going to go to our assets, sprites, master sprite sheet, and throw that in. And hopefully it'll eventually pop up. Think it's gonna have a hard time loading 16 by 16K. Okay. Yes. Automatically make textures. Is big. Oh. Okay. We are having some trouble loading now, which concerns me. Alright. It is concerning. We keep dropping in and out of responding and not responding. Uh-oh. We are experiencing a crash, which is not good. Nope, we're back. I think we're good. Oh, and it's saved. Oh my. I may need to rethink how I do this. It was not having this much problem dealing with the sprite sheet any other time. This is wild to me. What is the problem? I think I'm gonna give Godot a restart. I'm not too concerned because I can just delete it right from the file directory. If I have to import the tile set separately, that's not that big of a deal. I can set that up pretty easily. Okay. Oh yeah, we're good now. The restart did it, surprisingly. Okay, so all of our tile sets are down here in this corner. So I want to make this bigger actually. Oh, we do have a lot of trees, so that's good. This may be slow figuring this out. Is that what it is? Doing this as a tile set freaks this out? Maybe I can delete it as a tile set and it doesn't, the whole thing doesn't need to be a tile set maybe. All right, let's do that actually. We're gonna restart Godot. I think that's what it was. I don't think it liked the whole thing being a tile set. And the whole thing doesn't need to be a tile set. delete. Yes. Oh. I deleted the tile. That's fine. Tile map layer, create. Tile set. New tile set. Tile set. Drag and drop. When it asks, no. We will make our own tile map. Oh, I forgot to set it to 32 by 32. That's fine. Yes, give me the option. I'm going to tell you no. No. Oh. Godot did a crash. Godot did a crash. Alright. I'm going to try one more time. And then I will import the individual tile sets in. Which I'm not sad about. It's fine. That was not a big part of the sprite sheet. It was a very, very small part of the sprite sheet. Not a big deal. Scanning files, please wait. Okay, I will wait, Godot. I will wait for you, Godot. Oh, it did bring it in. But if I go over to tile set, is it gonna... Yeah. Oh, wait. Can I just delete it here? Yep, I did. All right, and then I'm actually gonna add it here. I'm gonna add an atlas from our assets, sprites, master sprite sheet. No. I want you to... No, I don't want you to do that. Because I don't need you to make tiles of everything. It's a very small part of the sprite sheet. Yeah, it doesn't dig it. Alright, I'm not mad about it. I'll just import them in. It's not that big a deal. if I can figure out where they're from. I think it's... Yeah. No. I don't know. Don't think I used that. Actually, you know what I could do? Could go into Photoshop. Oh, this is wild, but we're gonna do it. We're just going to Photoshop and cut that corner out into its own little tile set. Uh-oh. No. Mm. Yeah. Okay. And actually, we don't need any of this up here. So I just need, okay, that's cool. These little textures are going to come in clutch because they are going to be a great guide for plugging this into this corner here. And now all of this should be what I need. I don't need anything else really, I don't think. Yeah, that's all the tiles. So let's see. We're gonna go to, how big do we think this is? 2K? Image. Canvas size. This corner. And it's gonna be 2048 by 2048. Proceed. Oop, nope. So it's a 4K. Canvas size 4096 by 4096. Oh, I messed up again. Because we gotta say canvas size, I gotta tell it to shrink to the corner. 4096. 4096. Oh no. There is enough space down here. I think there's enough space down there. And it's not missing much. Ooh, I don't know about, let's get the grid up. Yep, that's good. Get rid of these guides. And let's see if we can do it this time. Canvas size to here. 4096 by 4096. Ah! No! How much is it clipping? Just this right here? So sad. Can we push this up just enough? May be able to. Why is that not snapping? Okay, that's just right. All right, let's see. Canvas size to the corner. 4096. 4096. Okay. Ah, we did it! Just barely. And now I'll go File, Export Quick PNG, and this is going to be so we have master sprite sheet, and now we have master tile set. And now we're going to exit without saving. Master sprite sheet has everything. Master tile set. Uh-oh. Is this transparent? It should be. Oh. It doesn't look transparent. I don't know. I guess we're gonna have to import it into Godot to find out. Can I delete this from here? Yeah, it's fine. We'll delete the tile map layer. We will import this into Godot. Oh, you can't see Godot. Hang on. Okay, tile set is transparent. Great. Alright, so now we will add a tile map layer. New tile set, master tile set. Come on, you can do it. It's fine. Don't make me bring these in individually. Oh my gosh, don't make me do it. Awesome. I forgot. Uh-oh. It's still not liking it. Oh, there it is. No. I don't think I would. Because I did not... I did not set this up properly. I'm gonna go back to the tile map. And tell it that it's 32 by 32. I'm gonna title set, and let's add this properly. Add an atlas. Make it the master tile set. Okay. And now, once this loads, yes, I would like you to map that shiz. And it did it. Oh my gosh, I'm so happy. We're gonna save this. Save all scenes. Okay. What do we want to do? Everything looks good. Okay. Okay, so let's save that. Is something gonna pop up, or is it just saved? It's just saved. So I don't think we have water anywhere, really. But let's just do... Well, hang on. Is there water anywhere else? Is that the only water? It's fine, I'll take it. That is the only water. So we're gonna select this. Oh, okay. We do it here. That is paint bucket water. Let it load. I may have done a zadaboo. Could have done the boo boo. That's okay. We're learning. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Will it load back? Oh. Did something. Didn't do what I wanted it to, though. Oh, maybe it's still going. I think it's still doing it. I think that was a bad call. Undo. Yeah, okay. Oh, is this definitely more than I thought? Is this an unnecessary amount? Probably an unnecessary amount. Oh, yeah. Okay, I understand now. This is definitely an unnecessary amount. think we're just gonna undo this. I definitely understand now that that was just too much. Ooh. It's trying to do something. Mm. Okay, get rid of it. Okay, all right. Okay, so we'll just say that that's the water layer. And then we'll do another tile map. And can I just load? Can I do a quick load? Do we not? Oh, that's a tile map, not a tile map layer. Tile map layer. Load. Where's... Yeah, I did not save it, I don't think. Save as, yeah. So, well... Tile map layer. Under assets sprites, I guess is fine for now. And then quick load, it'll be there. Yes. Okay. Okay, so these are auto tile sets. Why do you have it set up this way? I don't understand that. I don't understand how that's supposed to look. Okay, there's a lot to everything. Oh, there is an inside, it looks like. Is that an outside or an inside? I can't tell. I guess it works for either. Okay, let's do some dirt. Setup. already forgotten everything he told me. Okay, let me listen to what he said again. Autopilot. Paint. Terrains, no terrains. Well, how do we make a terrain? Well, how do we add terrains now if we don't have the tile map? Okay, so let me... I don't know. I'm gonna add a tile map. Okay, where did you add the terrain? Oh, under here, layers. That's add element. Is that right? Under... So terrain set is not there. Okay. That's not there. So we're gonna get rid of the tile map. Oh, wait. Terrain sets. Add. Dirt. Okay, we got it now. Okay. Then I can go tile set, select, no, paint, terrain, select, terrain set 0? And now I select all the dirt. Dirt. This doesn't seem right though. Okay, super interesting. I am missing something here.
Tile set. And then To start adding this to our tiles, we can come down here to the lower ground layer. We can click on the paint tab, change this from texture origin down to terrains, click on our terrain set that we just created, and then select the terrain that we want to use. And then we can kind of go down here and connect it. So we can just click on a square, draw in a terrain on that. So since this is grass, the simple way to think about this is Lego bricks, right? So because if we go over here to our main, it's connecting with corners and sides. It's going to use the side and the corners. So for example, this right here is going to now connect to this because we're going to be spawning these in, but it's never going to want to leave a brown square here not connected to another brown square. This brown square is always going to want to connect to another brown square. So if we do something like this, right, these brown squares are always going to want to connect to this center one. So it should create this center one. So whenever we're drawing our terrain, it's going to spawn all of these center ones, and then it's going to spawn these to connect to the edges of these center ones to create an outline, if that makes sense. So if we go to our tile map and we go to over here, click on terrains, click on the grass, click on rectangle, draw out a rectangle, you're going to see that it doesn't really work because we're doing that on the tile map. So if we go back to our lower ground layer and then do this on our lower ground layer, you're going to see that it's actually going to work because we're going to be able to spawn them, and you're going to see that animation comes through. But if we use the pen tool and we try and draw this, it's going to not really look right at all, right? Like that doesn't look right at all. So to create that and make that look right, we can add in some of these other tiles by going to our tile set and drawing.
I'm very confused. How did you get there?
Like that. Try and do this because we're doing that on the tile map. You're going to see that it doesn't really work because we're doing that on the tile map. So if we go back to our lower ground layer and then do this on our lower ground layer, you're going to see that it's actually going to work because we're going to be able to spawn them, and you're going to see that animation comes through.
All right, so what am I doing wrong? Oh, terrains. Oh. Oh, yeah, that's working. More or less. Okay. 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 Okay, so we can say that that's the ground. Which we may set up a little bit better. Okay, actually, let's put a house in there just for my scaling. We're gonna say buildings. tile map. It's gonna use quick load. This patterns, tiles. Oh, this is a front, right? That's a front. What is this? That's weird. Interesting. So can I just move the door over? Do we have steps anywhere out of curiosity? We do kind of have steps here. Make sure there's no other good looking steps anywhere else. Oh, there's some here. Oh, these look good actually. It looks a little off. Hmm. We will need a object slayer. Okay, so actually, we're gonna have a lower ground. And upper ground. Why is that doing that? Oh, I see. Yeah. So this should have been... No, it's fine. I'm not too worried about it. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. That's how you make that. Hmm. It is up a little too much. It's unfortunate. That fits just fine. Ooh. Oh, we gotta create a whole town. Oh boy. Okay. Alright, why don't I set some houses out? So buildings first. No, I should set out the roads, right? So let's make the town square. So the town square is... Ah. Make this in... Yeah, I don't think this is working out for me. Alright, we're just gonna make the town square. Oh man. What can we put in this town square? All right, we don't need to worry about objects right now because we need to watch Y sorting and figure that out later. So. This is a square. And then this square. This needs to go on upper ground. We don't have any benches or anything. We might can use that. Let's see what else we got. Are there no bushes? There's gotta be bushes. Oh, wait. These can be used as bushes. Right. Ooh, no. Yeah, it doesn't really work. Bushes. I need bushes. I mean, a gate would probably work too. Wild that there's no bushes. There's gotta be bushes in here. Over here somewhere. Is that a bush? It looks like a treetop. Ooh, no, that's definitely not gonna work. Could you set this up? Terrains. Buildings. Oh, map. Add element. Fence. It's having trouble here. I might have this figured out. Yeah, I don't know anymore. I feel like we're gonna try that. I don't know why it's doubling up. Yeah, that's right. Let's go back to the tile set and let's... Maybe that? Oh, that's a lot better. I fix this? Let me see if I can fix this. Close Godot out. And I think if I open the texture from Godot up in Photoshop and move it down a pixel, I think that'll fix everything. Oh, I just saved it. I didn't attempt to exit out of it. Oh, because I'm a dumb butt. Dumb butt. I don't even need those. You know what? I think it's time for a bathroom break. You know what? I definitely think it's time for a bathroom break. We're going to put on a video. Oh, no. You've been staring at the wrong thing this whole time. The video's already up. We never changed back because I'm a dumbass. Alright. It's definitely time for a break. Get some food. I'm going to get something to eat. Oh, I didn't see that. Okay. Video. Gonna put a video on. Gonna put a video on. Do a long one, longer one, just because I'll be gone for a little bit. You know what, y'all enjoy this. Enjoy yourselves. I'll be back.
The giant horse cock weighs over 11 pence. That's a lot of mollusk.
If you're anything like me, you fall asleep with YouTube on autoplay on TV or your phone. which can not only lead to some interesting deep dives in the YouTube algorithm, but also give you some very interesting advertisements to wake up to in the middle of the night. I myself have seen a plethora of questionable advertisements. So much so that I asked my good friend Blade1249 to assist me in gathering a compilation of interesting ads we've both gotten over the year. So, let's take a look at what advertisers are trying to tell us in the dead of night. By the way, side note, did y'all know that audio clip actually comes from Nat Geo Special? Because I didn't. I found out while editing this thing. It's horse hunch. Who knew?
Have you ever looked at a tree and thought, can I drink this? No. Hi, I'm Brie Plaza, co-founder of Wood Milk, the world's first and only milk made from wood.
What?
We're searching box in the flavors like cherry, maple, and of course mahogany.
Not the table.
Mahogany!
Here's how wood milk is born. Not born, exactly. More like squish and slime that's legal to sell. Let's give it a try.
Obviously, wood milk has zero nutritional value.
Is wood milk real? Absolutely not. Only real milk is real. Then what did I invest in?
Was that from the Got Milk?
That was a Got Milk.
Got Milk!
ad.
They got me. Got Milk got me, dude.
They got Aubrey Plaza to do a milk ad.
Bro, that was too great. I didn't know where that was going.
Whopper, and BK.
Why?
It's the Whopper ad.
No! Why are you making me put the Whopper ad in here?
It was literally just that. It was just Whopper. BK, it's yours. That was the most minimalist garbage ad I had seen for a while, especially coming from one that was so meme-worthy.
Okay, that's fair.
With other workout devices, there's no easy way to hydrate.
Oh yeah.
Now there's the by Liquid Death. It may look just like a can of Liquid Death, but the chest blaster.
This is a Liquid Death commercial?
This is literally just water in a can.
Workouts that used to take hours now last only about 20 seconds. Blast your back, your abs, even double blast.
Yeah.
Flavored sparkling or iced tea. This breakthrough in advanced hydromuscular training can be yours starting at just $2.19 per can. So, what are you waiting for? Take the Liquid Death Chest Blaster Challenge for yourself today.
Speaking of making fun of companies, remember when the shake weight was a thing?
Yeah, absolutely, the shake weight.
Liquid Death remembers.
I love the Liquid Death commercials. That's the craziest one I've seen.
I've never seen an ad
so
for them,
far.
and this is the first one I see from. What do you think I feel?
What I love about these ads is the whole point is they're supposed to be ads that we legitimately got on YouTube. Mm-hmm. So it's totally possible for like that ad to pop up on our mom's computer when she's watching YouTube, and then all of a sudden she just got like two buff dudes just.
She'll be absolutely confused. She won't know that what was that? What are they advertising? What's Liquid Death? Is that some sort of energy drink? Is that like
that a beer? Like no.
What the hell? Had to look this one up. There's no way this is a legit ad that you got.
What the fuck is this ad? This is an ad on YouTube! No!
How long is it? What is this? Why is it going?
What's happening? Hold on, what's happening in the sky? Did you see that? There's something happening. What's happening? Oh, it's real trees?
You're really trying to dissect this one.
I swear to God, if this turns out to be a big nothing and advertise no product whatsoever, I will be pissed. How much longer is this ad? What? Maddo? Just 1 second. Oh, here. I guess I'm legally obliged to tell you something. What was that? What was that?
I believe that was titled Monkey Funk. That is from, I don't.
You have to do research. You have to tell me what that was.
Okay, so from the very limited research I did to get and find the video, that is from a very small YouTuber that has like 113 subscribers. Like named like Moudlocks or something. I'll put it here on the video and in the description because they are a very small YouTuber and deserve some credit. I don't want to just outright like steal that and put that in my video and be like, yeah, all these other ads, I don't care about that one.
Do they have a lot of videos?
No, they have 3 videos and 1 short. 3 videos and a short. That's one of the videos, and they have an ad. They're from China because all their stuff's in China. The only bit of English I saw was the name for that video, and it just so happened.
Was that one of their videos?
Yeah. No, that's right. That video just so happened to pop up as an ad on my YouTube.
An entire ad. You pay for it, and it leads you to their channel. Just so you can watch 2 videos and hope that they make more.
Man, look, I'm not going to judge why he did it. I saw it and was affected by it. It left an impression on me.
Let's just move on to the next one.
We've all got a wild side. Feed it with meat. Jack Links, feed your wild side.
Thanks, Jack Links.
No comment. No comment.
Hey dudes, it's your favorite doctor, lawyer, teacher, plumber, astronaut, Johnny Sins.
Who? What?
In between shootings,
Halt!
to keep my hands busy.
And I remembered that viral mobile RPG game, Hero Wars, you told me about.
Did someone get him to do an ad for Hero Wars off Cameo?
I'm pretty sure that's what happened. Yeah, because that was Cameo.
He has to know that that's where this is going.
Wait, does that mean he's not actually
download this game?
Dentist, doctor, astronaut, like all that crap?
I don't know who this is. Who is that?
I don't know who it is either.
And what is the journey that everyone is taught that they must do here? It's very simple. Make known the unknown. The school teaches that every entity has a unique destiny and a new unique way in which indeed to craft.
I just love the guy shooting archery like blindfolded, like that's not safe at all.
And how is it that we get those thoughts to become tangible things?
You don't. They stay thoughts.
Effect on imagery.
Is this a cult?
This is a cult, yeah, absolutely. I looked into it. It's a cult school commune thing, something. 100%. I got a cult ad on my computer.
Daisy, 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 Daisy. Mark Jacobs.
You want to be a great ad for our very expensive perfume? Daisy, 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 Daisy. All right, that'll work.
Mark Jacobs.
Okay. Put me in this role. I'd like to make easy money. I'll throw out an ad. Do it. Do it. Sign me up. I'll do it. Hire me. I don't care who you are. Hire me. I'll give you an ad. Better than that shit.
Okay. All right. This one pisses me off.
Okay.
Cause it's like, so we start off with this shot that's like kind of close on him, right? And normally you would think like, oh, we want to be close on him, we want to be intimate with him because we don't want to reveal what's going on, right? And then we're gonna slowly pull back and reveal what's going on. But what's going on, Blade?
He's skateboarding?
He's skateboarding! We get it! Oh, big reveal, he's skateboarding! You know what this is an ad for, though?
Skateboards?
No.
Life insurance?
Now we're back in close, because what are we going to reveal?
You'll see.
He's still skateboarding.
What life's good.
Life's good. Oh, LG? Hey guys, LG here. Here's a guy skateboarding. Life's good. Enjoy yourselves.
Hi, welcome to YouTube. Thanks, it's great to be here. I'm just gonna upload my video right now.
Let me see it first. Oh, wow. No, you can't post that.
Why not?
I don't agree with that. Okay, you wanna get crazy? Boom, boom!
Later, pal.
So there was a YouTube ad bashing YouTube and advertising for another video platform website.
Impressive.
Right?
Are you still only getting a job on your birthday? Then you need the new and improved Fleshy Pro 2.0.
Okay,
what?
Here it is.
It's a quick one into a near mystical experience. Finally, no more begging her to slurp on the gherkin. Rejoice.
Slurp
on the gherkin?
Your own professional salad tosser.
This is just all stock footage. This is just all stock footage.
Yep.
The Fleshy Pro replaces women faster than Leonardo DiCaprio. But don't take our word for it. Take the moaning.
Wait, how did they get the Leo clip?
They said take these guys. They're like take these guys.
What?
Word for
You
it.
can't use.
But they show no one or say no actual words.
Like the stock footage stuff. I totally get. Like we buy stock footage and make trailer stuff out of it all the time. I don't.
Scan the QR code or visit blowingyourownhorn.com.
Blowingyourownhorn.com?
That went over 2 minutes, I might add. Oh, Chick-fil-A. Okay.
Yeah, have you seen this?
No.
This is a full-on short film. This is not bad. This was legitimately a YouTube ad. The only thing that I think is funny about it is it's from Chick-fil-A.
But I can't do it alone.
Is he Santa?
What do you say?
I mean, he looks like Santa. I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't think that's the plot twist of this short film.
Chick-fil-A's just spreading the good cheer, man.
Yeah, man. Chick-fil-A is just like, yo.
You can eat our food if you want, but also, Merry Christmas.
We asked the parents of employees working on Siemens Accelerator what they think their children do at work.
He stops trains getting broken.
He builds car factories in record speed. It's not like he's a construction worker, though. It's the,
Well, every time I call her, she mentions
these twins, digital twins. He says somehow a cloud helps him know when the trains will break before they break.
It's something to do with this special software. That somehow means factories can be built digitally, then quicker. I don't get how that speeds the builders up there.
Oh, she's helping a university implement the smartest net zero campus in the world by reducing 2,856 tons of CO2 per year. She used the latest analytics technology integrating with AI to increase energy efficiency across campuses. She made me memorize it for this.
All the other parents are like, I don't know what the fuck they do. And this one dad's like, yeah, my daughter made me memorize. Like, this is exactly what she does.
Okay.
But no, I love it because it's called Siemens. I think that's the only reason.
Next!
Let's go to the swings.
Mom, look, a clown.
If ocean spray can make a juice drink with only 1 gram of sugar and still keep all of that powerful...
Why do you have a giant, like, gallon of ocean spray on hand?
Well, hello there.
I'm gonna make a car that runs on that shit.
She just...
That was a warrior scream.
She just beat the crap out of the... It happened so fast because I watch YouTube while I'm working, right? So I don't see all of the ads. So I'm like doing this and she screams. It makes me look up at the TV and she's just kicking a clown. And I'm like, what is going on?
You don't need a lot of substance for this one. Is that marijuana?
Remember, solely what makes this funny is this is a legitimate ad on YouTube. Yeah, so this is a joint rolling machine.
They're selling the machine.
Yep.
Why? What are you planning for a party or something?
I don't know why they felt the need to advertise that to the public. I feel like that's specifically for cannabis stores or like whatever else.
Right.
I called to get everything I deserve.
I called to check my zip code for a plan with a benefit that adds money back to my Social Security check.
I called to check my zip code.
I called to check my zip code.
I love it. This whole thing was like, oh, Medicare, yeah, this is what we're selling it. That one girl was like, I just called to check my zip code. I didn't know what it was.
Old people never stop being old.
Yeah, that's kind of how it works. Once you're old, you don't get to stop being old, man.
We're Mango. We make health products to make your sex life better. We're not going to show you a bunch of penis-shaped produce and talk in thinly veiled metaphors. On the contrary, we'll set your Johnson from a dejected...
By the way, she just slammed him into the ground. She didn't pull him in. She just went...
It's the 21st century. Boner pills are mobile now.
What, they got legs and starting to walk in on their own? I'd be concerned if they were doing that.
Meaning it activates from the tongue. Like a lot of things.
They just keep having this same girl.
That's what they pay her for.
Oxytocin's nickname is the love hormone, and it helps you and your partner bond more deeply.
I get it. I get it. It's a magic pill that gives you the blood flowing. Where's... That tastes like mango. That's great. Revolutionary. A true godsend. Listen, where's the part where it's like, oh, here's all the medical information while happy stuff is happening. That's unrelated to the actual advertisement. Disclaimer: sexual partner not included.
That's the only medical disclaimer they give you.
I think that's illegal. Because if every ad I've seen on television has that jargon in it, it's probably for legal reasons.
I think because he said in there that mango is not. It's something else. I don't know.
But it is a medical thing, right?
Technically, I don't think it is. I think they're trying to pass it off as like one of those like natural things. It's probably just mangoes, dude. I don't know.
Tell me mango is an aphrodisiac?
I don't know.
Me now. I'm still clear.
How sexy
I'm back. I'm back. Travesty is struck. I'm out of tea. I have no more tea.
Last minute, I saw him being like, "How sexy are them?"
I'm gonna let this. How much longer is in this video? I'm gonna let this video finish actually, because I have to write
You can have a couple lame
a grocery list.
What makes that one a little bit better?
Demented lady doesn't even know her damn zip code. Oh yeah, no, I like that. It's like I called to make sure that my benefits were protected. I called to make sure that I qualified for it. I called to check my zip code.
Did you have a stroke while writing that?
I think because this spawns because I let YouTube go on playlists while I sleep, so I just wake up to ads, and he's just like, "How sexy are them elbows?" And I'm like,
"Yeah,
how sexy are those elbows?"
You were half asleep.
Yes.
When you wrote that.
Yes.
Okay.
When I say cereal, you say dinner. Cereal.
Dinner!
Cereal.
Dinner!
Chicken! You can have the night off, chicken.
No, that was fine.
Had you seen that?
I'd seen that one.
Oh, okay. I love that. They're just like, cereal dinner, chicken.
Well, thank you so much for checking out the video. That certainly was interesting. And if you enjoyed it, let us know by liking the video. But if you didn't enjoy it, you can dislike the video. And you can leave us a comment explaining why you disliked it. You're right up there with I've fallen and I can't get up. All of the characters that I want the role reversal though. I wonder like it's like someone down on the ground. It's like, I gotta call to check my zip code. I gotta tell them where I am. If you do this again, well, you have to let us know. Also, check out our other socials to keep up to date with what we're doing. Oh yeah, I should do that more. Out here on the YouTube channel or over at Twitch TV/Peasants Couch. I just work in advertising now, don't I? Oh God, I'm bleeding over. All right, back to work. Right, that's right, I remember what I was gonna do now. We're gonna go into Photoshop. Photoshop! We're gonna go into Photoshop and move this tile sheet down 1 pixel. 1 pixel in the down direction. If I was better at 3D space, I'd know which way's the Y, which way's the Z. I don't remember that shit. I think it's... Oh, wait. It's the X, isn't it? I don't know. You know what? I should have a background of just different... My computer background should just be like different things that remind me of different things. In one corner, I'm gonna have an L, so I know that way's left, and in this corner, I'm gonna have an R, so I know that's right. And then in the top center, I'm just gonna have the 3D space indicator thing, right, with the X, Y, and Z and their arrows it goes. And then down at the bottom, I'm gonna have a compass, so I know which is north, south, east, west. Yeah, I'm gonna just keep adding to it every time I need to know something. I'm gonna have the conversion for like miles to kilometers. have the conversion over here. I'll have the conversion from... I don't need that. I was going to say, what is 0 degrees Celsius to Fahrenheit, but I know that pretty well. 0 degrees Celsius is 32 degrees Fahrenheit. 100 degrees Celsius is 240 degrees Fahrenheit. What's the boiling point of water? What is the boiling point of water?
According to Wikipedia,
212. This is the boiling point of water. 0 degrees Celsius is the freezing point of water. 100 degrees Celsius is the boiling point of water. That's all you need to know. For electronics, anyways, like, is my computer about to explode? It's only 90 degrees Celsius. It's got like 3 more degrees before it has a catastrophic failure. All right. I am going to go into here. Some side effects included. Game. And then it is in assets. Sprites. Master tile set. I'm gonna select the whole thing. No, that's not what I need to do. Deselect that. View. Guides. Guide layout. What is this? Is this 4K? Divide by 2. That's 16. So now this is 8K. So now this next one should be 4K. I'm pretty sure that's accurate. Yeah, that looks pretty accurate. So now we're gonna zoom in all the way down here, and yep, sure enough, it is 1 pixel off. So I will go, boop. Oh my god. Oh, okay. Screwed up there somewhere. Now. What are we gonna do about this up here? I doubt we end up using these textures. But if we do, don't tell anybody. We don't tell anybody now. We're just gonna wait for it. Wait for it. Were these textures right? I think so. Something's wonky there. Wait, what am I doing? That's fine. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. How would they know? How could they know? They're gonna know. No. And now we export, quick export to PNG. And it goes into game, assets, sprites, master tile set, save, yes, replace it. Exit? No. Now we are going to reopen Godot. And see if that fixed the problem. Yes, run. Oh, it's fixed. That's awesome. I bet things look a lot better now. Okay, now we can do all kinds of stuff. Whoops. Excuse me, what am I supposed to use? Are you saying that's as high as it's... I don't believe you. Oops. This is some bullcrap, but alright. I'll take it. Okay, this looks so much better now. So, all right, let's play with this now. How does this look now? We turn random on. Oh. Yeah, not great. Ooh. What I probably need to do is do like this. No. Like this. Muddy one. Oh, I don't hate that actually. So what if we do like a base that, right? So we have a path. And then we throw like this in and throw the scattering up to like 25. Not quite enough. Let's do 12. Do a scattering of 7. Does this fit in here? I don't know. Need a bigger use case. Okay. Interesting. It's not bad. Oh, this is definitely a lower ground thing. What can we have? What's a little side thing here for this? Okay, hang on. Okay, yeah, that still works. So if I So let's start anew and say road. Go into the tile set. Go to paint. And no, go to patterns. Paint, right? Tile map, terrains, road. Okay. So I need to go to the tile set to make this. Setup, select, paint. Terrains, terrain set 0, road. So I paint all of the road. think I kind of understand how this works. Okay, I think that's a dirt road tile set. Road. Okay. Okay. Understandable. Kinda. Ooh. Ooh. Yeah. Okay, let's go back into the tile set. And let's deactivate these guys. We don't need them. Oh, my bad. It is still doing it. Why? Oh, because this is selected. I knew that. I totally knew that. Oh. Nope. Ah, yes, this is a problem. It's fine. I'll just... Oh, can I not do this? Oh. Oh, I don't think the tile map is set up for this. What is this? Yeah, interesting. This tile map can't have double wide roads. Super interesting. It's okay. So we've got that set up somewhere else, maybe. Here? I guess that's what this is. Yeah. Yeah, that'll have to work. How dare you? There we go. Oh, actually, this should go. Interesting. This should go on objects. Oh, and then there's sick. Oh, wait a minute. Do I just need... Do I just need this? And then it becomes... Oh, it does. Oh. I'm learning. I'm learning. That's pretty dope. And then this can be... Oh, actually, it's this? Yeah. Yeah, no. Yeah. Well, no, we do kind of need that still. So that's this. And then this. Is there rounded? Would like the opposite of that, please. Let's walk around a little bit, see how it is. Perhaps there is. Okay. Perhaps there is a video that explains what's happening. I'm not ready for this. I know this is going to be like a Y sorting thing, so I will delete the character afterwards. Let's just walk around for now. I wonder if we resize the sprite. Would that look bad? Transform. Two. It's huge. 1.5. I think that works a lot better. Okay. All right. That might work out. But right now we are just building the town. That is all we are worried about right now. Okay. Objects. We can do the transitional bit between here. Yeah, that's a lot. That's more transitional. I feel like I'm missing something. Okay. Can we get this transition down? So we are going to transition. How do we do this? No, sir. Think so. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So if we do 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 15. Oh. No. Oh, I see how it lays it out. Oh. That's interesting. This is way better. We should do this as the road. How does this work? It could work. Wait a minute.
Regression.
Ugh. Oh, no, no. I didn't even realize I dropped these. Oh, I'm gonna drop it. Ugh. Oh, give me a second here. Oh, give me a second. Oh, gosh. Oh. It's a silent stream. I have no tea. I'm completely out of tea. And I'm sad. Oh dear. The tea. Where has it gone? Ugh. Do 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 do. Potatoes. Potatoes. Ooh. That's my neck doing a popping. Okay. Let's find something for these things to. Oh. Interesting. Okay. I am actually happy with that. I am pretty happy with that. I think I'm just gonna stare at it for a bit to try to figure out stuff. I think this is good. I think all the rest should be for the polish stage. I just want to try to create some kind of spooky entrance for over here, I think. So, on the building, what do we have in the way of fences? Is it just that one, or? I need some kind of different looking fence, entryway. What is down here? Oh, that's interesting. Interesting. Nothing really. Yeah, nothing. Just this fence right here is all we really got. Maybe this? Yeah, that might work actually. Yeah, it looks like a fence. It'll work. I see. Those should have been on the object layer. They are objects. That guy goes there. These dudes. And then this. Back over here. No. Okay. Yes. Boom. Done there. Save all scenes. How big is the project currently? The actual, like, raw game file. Can I just... It's 91 megabytes. I could send the whole thing through Git. Is this popping up? Hang on. Where's VS Code? There it is. Okay, I did not push. Did I? Commit more actions. Push. Okay, let me check GOG. 13 hours ago, peasant pushed to master. But it says it's just... Maybe that's it. Okay, let's... What does this M mean? Modified. Added. Let's see. Fixed menu text and added town. Commit. Push. Okay, and then if we go here, oh, okay, changes happened. And then under levels, town, there's the town. Under assets, sprites, there's all the stuff. I love GOG. I love GOG. I love Git. This is so freaking cool. Oh, that felt good. Oh, my back. Okay. What do we do now? We need to... Y sorting. Let's do Y sorting. Unknown. What you talking about, Willis? What you talking about, Willis? Okay, I'm good. Bloop doop boop ba doop bloop doop doop ba doop doo 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 doo. You are going to tell me how to Y sort, great and powerful dev worm? Y sorting.
Hello, so Y
Yes.
sorting, the feature that creates the entire fill of your game. Here's a game without Y sorting, and then the same game with Y sorting. This is the feature that must be done right to make the player feel like they are really within the world you've created for them.
Facts.
But how do you do
I don't
that?
know.
Well, today we will go over how Y sorting works, then the step-by-step process to implement Y sorting with both scene instances and within a tile map. And throughout this tutorial, I will be sure to share the best Y sorting advice I know, along with the tips and tricks I have learned over the years. But there's a lot to cover, so let's get to it. Subscribe to help YouTube push this tutorial on Y sorting to more aspiring game developers, and let's begin. So to get started, what is Y sorting and how does it work? Well, simply Y sorting is just the layering of nodes within a scene, and those nodes are automatically layered during runtime according to their Y position value. So in this example here, you can see that the layer the player and the tree are on switch based on which object is lower on the screen. Or in logical terms, the node with a higher Y value is shown in front of other objects which have a lower Y value, in turn creating this layering effect which we call Y sorting, since we are just sorting objects based on their Y value. Now let's break this down even more. Look at this very simple example in the editor. We have two sprites and they are both at a Y value of 50. If we drag sprite 1 around, when its Y value is lower than 50, it is shown behind sprite 2. But if sprite 1's Y value is higher than 50, it shows in front of sprite 2. Now that's a more logical view of everything, but hopefully you understand what Y sorting is and how it actually functions. Of course, there's a lot more to go over like origins, z indexes, node ordering, etc. But the only way to understand that is if we actually do it together. So let's move into the step-by-step tutorial section and learn all about Y sorting and how we can implement Y sorting into our own projects. Okay, so now that we've made it to the tutorial section of this video, we are actually going to get to work with Y sorting and learn about it and how it works within the engine. And you're going to be able to implement it into your own projects, which is of course the best part of this entire tutorial. So of course, there are some things that we need to go over before we get started, and that's basically our setup project. What do we have in our game? Well, we have a world scene, which is just a node 2D with a color rect, which I named background color, and then a player, which is instance within the world 1 scene. And the player is just, again, very simple. Just an animated sprite, a collision shape, a camera, and this very simple movement script. And that's all we have. And if you want to download this project, you can download it in the link below on my itch.io page, and then you can also download the finished project down there as well, so you can follow along with this tutorial, or you could just look at the end tutorial, the final product that we create from this tutorial, and you can have both of those projects, so you can hopefully understand what's going on a little bit better, and so you can download this before project and follow along as you watch this tutorial, so you can basically do it hands-on. And then we also down here have a world 2 example scene, which is just another player and another world. And that's going to be for the second example, because here in example 1 we're going to go over the basics, and we're going to go over scene instances and how to Y sort scene instances. And then in example 2 we're going to go over how to basically do everything with the tile map. So that may be your cup of tea. You may need to know the tile map. You may have clicked on this video for the tile map. So if that's true, then you can skip ahead to this timestamp on screen now, and that's where that's going to start. But for now, let's get going with the basics. Let's understand what's going on, how Y sorting works, and then how to do scene instances, because that's the most basic example of Y sorting that we can do, right? So to get started, let's go and understand what Y sorting is and how it's actually being changed within the engine. Well, when something's Y sorted, basically what's changing is the Z index number over here in the inspector. Now there's these two other options down here that you see: Z is relative and Y sort enabled. Y sort enabled, of course, is just going to enable its ability to be Y sorted. Z is relative. I'm not going to even start explaining now, because you really need a visual example to understand what it is. And there's a very good visual example that we're going to get to when we create the tree scene, where this is going to really make sense, and it's really going to kind of click in your mind why you would use that, because it's not really used for many things, but there are some instances where it can be used and it works really well. So I want to wait till then to go over that, because so we have a visual example of what's going on and how it actually works. Because right now I would have to use my words, and I don't want to confuse you in any way, so I'm not even going to try. But we have the Z index here, and that's kind of what's important now to note. If you don't know what the Z index is, it's basically the layer that it's on. So for example, the player and the background color here are both on Z index 0. So they're showing based on how they're ordered up here. So for example, if we move the player up, you're going to see it's going to show behind. If we move the player down, you're going to see it's going to show in front. But that's just because of how it's ordered up here in the scene hierarchy. So for example, if we were to change the player's Z index to -1, well, the background color Z index is still 0. So -1 is less than 0, so it's going to end up showing behind the background color. And then maybe if we were to go and change the background color, you would see that now, since they're on the same -1 Z index layer, the player is going to show in front because of the hierarchy. And if we were to set this back to 0 and then the player back to 0, you're going to see how that works. It's basically just the layering. So if the player's on 1 and the background color is on 0, the player is going to show in front no matter the lineup it is up here in the hierarchy, because the player has a higher Z index. And so when we get into the Y sorting, it's going to take the transform position up here, the position.Y, and it's going to base it off of that. So for example, our player is at 0Y right now. So let's say we had a tree that was sitting right here at -20Y, right? Well, the player's Z index is going to be 1 higher than that tree, because we want the player to show in front of that tree. So it's going to end up changing this Z index value here live within our game, which is going to be what creates that Y sort effect, or that layering effect, because those layers are changing live during runtime. But how do we actually create this? Well, we need to have something to Y sort against. So let's create a simple tree scene with a static body. We can name this tree, and we can do an animated sprite, and we can create this animation here with this right here, and you're going to see that we have this tree frame. Now, if you're following along with this tutorial, this may be a little confusing, because of course whenever you open up this, mine was already came set up for some reason, but if you open it up, it's going to look like this. So change the horizontal to 12 and change the vertical to 5. Now, the reason this looks so weird and you can't really select a tree is because the sprite sheet's supposed to be set to 12 and 5. So we would have 2 frames here, or 2 squares, which are going to make up that tree. So to do that, we have to double the size vertically, and then we have to just offset it by 20 pixels. And you're going to see that we're going to get that tree perfectly like that. And then we can save this tree scene. And then we can import or we can add in a collision shape to it, just like this. Simple, small collision shape down here at the very, very bottom. Come over to our world, and then we can instance this new tree scene that we just created. You're going to see now we have a tree. But if we were to click play and we were to run around, you're going to see that we are behind it. But when we go in front, we're below it. And that's not good because, again, they're on the same Z index, and the tree is in front of the player in our hierarchy. So to fix this, we can actually add in a new node. Now, I like to do this based on node because it is organization. Now, you could just make this entire back world one here a Y sort, but we don't want to do that because, for example, our background color, we don't want our background color to Y sort. So we can just add in a node 2D. We can call this something along the lines of our maybe environmental objects, maybe, right? Because we can just store everything that we want to Y sort within this folder here, or within this node 2D. And if we come over here to the inspector on our environmental objects node, and we just go to ordering and enable Y sort, and then we go to our player scene on our player base up here at the very top, the character body, and enable Y sort, and then we go to our tree on its static body and enable Y sort, and then we go to our world and we click play. You're going to see that we're going to go in front of the tree, then we're going to go behind the tree, in front of the tree, behind the tree, in front of the tree, behind the tree. And there is a bit of a collision there, so that's why we're getting stuck. And you're going to see that this may look funny because, like, our player here, our feet are in front of this trunk, so we want to be showing in front. And that's based on origin, but I want to go over that in just a minute because what's important right now is this shadow. You may be like, well, that shadow looks funky. It doesn't come out like professional looking. Let me explain that. This is where that Z relative setting is going to come into play that we talked about earlier. So this sprite sheet is done by a very talented artist, a very, very good artist. And they did an amazing job on the sprite sheets, and the sprites look awesome. But the shadow here is supposed to be a separate sprite, right? And in this sprite sheet, it's not. So it's going to look a bit funny because the shadow is part of the tree, when in reality, the shadow should be a separate sprite, which you layer beneath the tree. Because, for example, if we come over here and we were to add in something like a color rect, now this is going to look really funky because I want to really get the point across to you about how it works. So it's going to be a really big shadow, right? But let's say that this is our shadow sprite, and this here would be our main tree sprite, right? Well, the shadow sprite, you wouldn't want to be part of the Y sort. So to do that, you can come over here to the ordering and you can turn off Z as relative, and then you can set its Z index something behind what the player would ever be. So the player would never be on -1, right? Because its lowest Z index that it's set to right now is 0. So if we set that to -1 and everything else on our game is at 0, for example, even our tree is set at 0, it's always going to show behind it. But to do that, we need to go to our background color, and we also need to set our background color to a far back Z index, because again, our background color is never going to show in front of anything in our game. So you just make that a big number, -999 if you want to, right? But we can save this scene, save the tree scene, and you're going to see that we have our shadow here. If we were to play, our tree is Y sorting, right? So we can go in front of the tree and then we can go behind the tree. But do you see how the shadow never switches? The player never goes behind the shadow. And so that's what you really need for this green piece down here. But in this sense, we don't really have that because the shadow is connected to the tree, so we can't make this effect. So it's going to look like the shadow overlaps the player at some points, which again isn't ideal, but this is a tutorial, so it is fine. So if you are working in your own game though, and you do have a tree sprite and you have a shadow, make sure you make those separate sprites, because then you can give it this effect that we have with the black square. Because, for example, if we did not do that effect there and we were to leave everything as is, under the tree, basically this would be what we already have, where this is part of the sprite. It's the same idea, right? Because if we come back, you're going to see that that black is going to overlap our player at some points, which again is not good. So yeah, again, that's where that Z as relative could come into play and could be handy for you. And I wish we could do that on this tree so we don't get that little glitch or that little overlap with that shadow down there at the bottom, because again, we want to be on top of that shadow. But for this tutorial, it is fine, and we're not going to stress about it too much, but because hopefully now you understand how you can go about that in your own game if you are creating that. But another thing that I want to mention is that whenever we are, for example, right here, you see that our player switches right about there. Now, maybe you want it to switch there, maybe you don't. But for example, if I'm standing here, I would feel like I would want to be in front of the tree, because you see where our feet are and you see where the stem is, or the trunk. We want to be showing in front of the tree at this point. And the reason that that's happening is because of our origin. So we can go and change our origin. For example, this here in this example, it isn't too bad, but in some examples it may be horrible because of how the origin is set up. So to change that, we can come over here to our tree, and you see that this here is our origin, this tree piece. So basically, if our player goes above this piece here, it's going to sort. It's going to sort. And because it's taking the Y position from here. So for example, our player is taking the Y position from its eyeball, and our tree is taking the Y position from the center. So basically, you see that this line here and this line here, if the player goes to here, it's going to be in front of the tree. If it goes here, it's going to be behind the tree because of the way that these two origins are lined up. So to fix that, we can offset stuff. So for example, our tree, we want it to organize by the trunk. We want it to Y sort by the trunk. So if you're behind the trunk, then you want to be behind the tree. If you're in front of the trunk, then you want to be in front of the tree. So to do that, we can come up here to our animated sprite. We can change the offset a bit, and that looks good. And then we can set our collision shape at the same position as that, so 0, 0. And you're going to see how that looks. So now we're going to be sorting from the trunk. Now our player, again, we want our player to be sorting from its feet. So to do that, the same exact thing, we can go to our animated sprite. We can go to the offset. We can offset it by however many. That looks good. And then we can change our collision shape's position back to 0, 0, like that. And you're going to see that now our player's origin is at its feet and our tree's origin is down here at its stem. So now we're going to basically switch based on that. So if we were to click play, you would see that behind, in front, behind. And it does still come back a little funky looking, doesn't it? Okay, so I caught our error. On our animated sprite, we actually changed our position here. And that is a no-no, because that's going to mess up the origin, because it was 3 pixels lower than it should have been. So, for example, it was set to 3y, so it's going to end up, I mean, if we go back, you're going to see, it was set to negative 3y. So it was set right here, and you see where the origin is. The origin is at right here on this brown, on these brown pixels, right? So if we come back over here, you see where that's sorting. You see this pixel here and this origin, that's where it's being sorted from because of that position. So if we come over here and we set the position to 0 and we change the offset to -10, we're going to get the same effect, but we're going to have that origin down here at the very, very bottom. So if we go and click play, you're going to see that that is a much better sort there. And of course the shadow is going to look a bit funny, but we can't really worry about that. And you see that that is now where they sort together, is at that origin line. So a little error there, but everything has came out great, and that looks good. So now we have this tree and we have this player who can run around this tree in all sorts of different directions. Now, another thing that I want to mention is that you can organize this even more. So for example, let's say that in your world you had multiple of these trees, right? So let's say you had 4 trees, right? And it's going to get messy in the environmental objects. So something that you could do is you could add in a node 2D here, and you could name this your, for example, trees that we have. We have all these trees in our world. We can turn on Y sorting on our trees node, and then we can move all these trees within this trees node. And if we click play, you're going to see that you're going to get the same exact effect. So in front of the tree, behind the tree, behind the tree, in front of the tree, and so on, right? And everything's going to Y sort just like it should. And all those trees are going to Y sort. And then let's say, for example, you had more items, because in a world, you're not just going to have trees. So let's say you had a rock as well. So we can create a simple rock scene real quick. It'll take very, 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 very quickly. So boom, new sprite frame. We'll create this new sprite frame. It should be 12 by 10, offset 0. And then we can take this rock's frame, we can add in a collision shape, right? And we can come up here, make this collision shape look nicely on it, just like this. And then the origin is already pretty nice. We don't really need to mess with the origin, so we'll leave that as it is. We can save this rock scene, come over here to our world. We can add in a new node 2D into our environmental objects. We can name this our rocks, and then we can end up adding in our rocks, right? Our rock scenes. So we can move a rock here, and then we can move a rock here. Then we can move a rock here as well, and then so on, right? And you can see that all these rocks are organized. Let's make sure we go to our node 2D on our rock node 2D and enable Y sorting. But you can see that our rocks and our trees are all now organized in these folders. So we know where our rocks and trees are, and then of course we have our player. And if we were to click play, you're going to see that just that quickly, the rocks are now going to be working as well. So we're behind the rock, we're in front of the rock, and so on. And for example here, we're going to be behind the rock but in front of that tree, behind this tree but in front of these rocks, just depending on where our Y location is. And you can see that everything does come together very, very nicely. And that is kind of what I wanted to go over here within the first example, because this is the basics. This is kind of just what you need to know, what's in the inspector, how the z-index works, how the z-relative works, and then the y-sort, of course, which is basically taking that position and putting it in front or behind based on the y position from the origin. And then I also want you to take from this section, this organization system here, where you have a node 2D. You don't want to make your world, a lot of people make their world 1 here, and they'll make that y-sort, and everything in the world will be y-sorted, because y-sorting is, pretty universal, and it's going to be throughout the entire scene. But I really recommend you create an environmental objects and then put y-sorting on that, so then everything that you do want y-sorted can be under that. Because you may have things up here that you don't want y-sorted. You're going to have UI. You're going to have things of that matter that are going to be within your world scene. You may have a world 1 setup node, right? And you don't want that stuff to just be classified and be y-sorting at during runtime, because that doesn't really help you at all. So I recommend creating this node 2D environmental objects and then putting everything that you want within that, and you can organize it from trees to rocks, buildings, whatever it may be that you have. You can organize it very, very neatly here, and it's all going to work out, and it's going to come out just like we have here. And that's, I think, is the best way to go about it. But hopefully you were able to learn the basics in this section. But now I want to move into the tile map tutorial, because that may be what you came here for. A lot of people have a lot of questions about the tile map, because it's simple to set up, but it's hard to perfect on the tile map, because you have to change like the origin, you have to change the texture, you have to change all this different stuff within the tile maps, tile set settings. So I want to move into that now. Let's go over Y sorting with the tile map.
I'll pay
I
attention.
go over some important information that I want you to keep in mind as you're working with Y sorting in the future, and as you go about creating Y sorting in your own projects once we finish with the tile map tutorial section. So let's move into that now and get started with the tile map. Okay, so now that we're in our tile map example, let me kind of go over what we have here. So we have a node 2D, which is our world 2. We have a node 2D, which is just a folder for our tile map layers. And then we have a player, right? And then the player, again, is the exact same player with just a different camera. Everything's the same on this player except for the camera. As you can see that we have a limiting on the camera and we have a zoom on this camera, and that's the only difference. And basically this tile map that we already have. So if we were to click play, again, there's no Y sorting or anything enabled. There's no collisions. There's just this world that we have here, right? And to go about Y sorting, we actually need objects to Y sort. So we're going to need another tile map layer. So we can add on to our tile map layer that we already have. So we can say tile map layer here. And then this layer is going to be the thing that's going to store our trees and our rocks and our whatever we want to store, right? Whatever you're going to have that's going to be Y sortable, we will store it on this environmental layer. That's what we'll call it, just because that's what we called it in the last example. And we need to go create a new tile set. And on this tile set, we can use from the Taga folder this resource art set. And then we can say, no, we don't want to automatically create the tiles, because if we come down here and look, you're going to see that these tiles, we're going to have some tiles that are 2 tiles big, right? So we need to create those ourselves. Now, if you know how to work a tile map, you can skip this part, because this is just the basics of a tile map. But if we click on these, you're going to see that these are going to create tiles. And we can create all these because they're all one-offs, right? It's just one tile. But these up here, we need to shift and then drag to create a bigger tile. So these are all 2s, these are 4s, and then these are 2s, and then this is going to be just one because these are all going to be part of the same exact tile. Like this is, for example, if you want to create an animation tile, this is how you would do it. So columns, there's 5 different columns here, right? And then there's going to be 5 different frames, so we can add in all those elements. You're going to see that's going to be a tile. There's something I want to go over that's really going to affect Y sorting, and it's this orange square that you see here. So this orange square is the texture origin. So it's the origin of the texture, it's how it's placed. So for example, if we take this tile here and we go to the tile map tab over here so we can paint these tiles, and we paint these like this, right? You're going to see that they all line up perfectly. If we were to put a tree in here though, you see that it's offset from these because when we place a tile, it's placing it based on this orange. So you see that this orange square here perfectly aligns with this here, right? So this is probably where the orange square is at here. So it perfectly aligns. So this tree is now hanging over into this tile, and it's also hanging over into the tile below it. So to line all this stuff up, we need to create the texture origin, and we need to fix the texture origin, basically line everything up so everything lines up at the same exact bottom, so it all looks like it is in a grid together and not offset like this. So to do this, we can come over here to paint, and you're going to get all these different options and just select on texture origin here, and you're going to see 0 0. Everything's already set at 0 0, right, because it's the center of its tile. But for example, here we need to move the y-axis down by, or we need to move it down on the y-axis by 8. So if we click that, you're going to see exactly how that just fixes it up here at the front. And this exact setting is going to be done on all of our ones that are too tall, because you can kind of see how that affects it and how it pushes it to the bottom now. So anything that's too tall, this is going to work for, including our campfire over here. The ones we don't have to mess with because it's just a full tile and it's already right smack where it should be, right? And then, for example, this one here, we would have to, since it's 4 wide, we need to move it on the x-axis as well. Because if we didn't move it on the x-axis, it would just move it straight down. So we need to move it -8 this way as well, so it puts it in the bottom left, and then we can do that for all of the ones that are 4 wide. And then if we come back over here to paint, you're going to see now everything is going to end up lining up together, right? And it's all going to look like it fits together, which is good. So that's kind of how you go about the texture origin so that our tile map actually looks right. But when you're Y sorting, you also have to worry about the Y sort origin, because that's where the individual tiles are going to be Y sorted from. So if we go back down here to our tile set tab and we go to paint, you're going to see that if we drop this down, we have a Y sort origin right here. It's that simple, right? It's like right here in the same spot. And this is going to be changed the exact same way. So currently on all these items, the Y sort origin is where this blue is. I mean where this little crosshair is. So if we were to, for example, move it -3, you're going to see that's going to move it up. So if we move it +2, because it's moving it on the y-axis. So for example, that's where we want our trees to sort. So we can set all of these basically at that spot, because that's going to fit. And that's almost going to work for all of our tiles that are too tall, or 2 tiles tall, except maybe this one. Maybe we want that one to be a little bit up because it's a chest, maybe even one higher. But you need to play with this and just get it to the location. For example, this one right here. The thing, I want to give you a tip here as well. You don't have to worry about it being in the middle, because when we're worried about the Y sort, we're just worried about the Y. We don't care about the X. The X doesn't matter based on the sorting. It's not going to sort it based on the X axis, so you only have to worry about the Y. So all of our chests, we want to sort at the exact same spot for the most part, right? So we can set that up like this. This, we want it to maybe sort even lower than that, right? Maybe at 0. All these look fine. That looks actually really good. The campfire, maybe we want that to sort a bit higher. And then these rocks are all fine. They look good. The trees here, these little guys, they need some work for sure. Now, they're so small, you're not even going to be able to tell that they're being Y sorted, but they do need some work. So we'll go maybe 3 on all of these, because that looks like it's at the stem. Maybe not on these top ones, though, because they're all positioned at a different point, right? So we can, on maybe these, put it at 2, maybe even at 1, to be honest. That looks good. And then, for example, this rock here, this is going to be a big guy, so we need to move that up a lot. Maybe we want that to start Y sorting around there, right? Somewhere around there. And you're going to see that this is the Y sort origin, so you only have to worry about it on the Y-axis, not the X-axis, just to keep that in mind. And now we're going to Y sort from this crosshair. So that looks good. Now, if we come back to our tile map and we were to end up putting in some trees, right? Let's put in a bunch of trees here because they're all going to end up now Y sorting like they should. And then maybe let's put in a big old rock. Let's put in some smaller rocks. Let's put in this sign. Let's put in a campfire. Let's put in whatever it may be. Let's put in a chest here, right? All this stuff is now going to Y sort. Let's put in some other trees as well, like this, right? So now we have a little world set up, and everything should Y sort, right? Because we set everything up. Well, no, because we haven't set everything up. We've set up all the background things that are going to help our Y sorting, but we haven't actually enabled Y sorting. Now, the thing is, with a tile map layers, this is what tile map layers have came in so handy. They're really handy for Y sorting. So in Godot 4.3, they ended up adding in tile map layers, and they're so beneficial for Y sorting that it's unreal, because instead of making our entire tile map a Y sort, we can create a separate node, just like we did over in example 1. Because we can come up here and say, okay, well, let's create a node 2D, and let's create this to be our Y sort layer, or our Y sort objects, we'll just call it for this example, right? In a real game, you would probably want to call this something else, but for now, we can drag in our player, and then because we have different layers on our tile map, we can drag in this environmental layer down into our Y sort objects, and it's going to be a complete, so basically we just split our tile map into 2 different layers, right? Which it already was, but you know, maybe 3 months ago we couldn't even do that, so now it's really beneficial here. And then we can move this into a Y sort, and then so we can come over here into the ordering, and we can turn on the Y sorting for the whole layer. We can go to the player, of course, turn on Y sorting for the player, and then for this objects here, we can come and we can turn on Y sorting for the entire node. So everything under this is going to be Y sorted within this Y sort objects folder, right? So if we click play, you're going to see what happens. This entire tile map layer is now going to Y sort, which is absolutely amazing, right? So our campfire there is actually a bit messed up because we ended up putting in that first frame, which maybe we didn't want to do because that's the off frame, but it is fine. And you can kind of see how everything does come together though. The entire tile map layer works. Now we don't have collisions, so we can just walk through everything, but you can see that whenever we're walking, like for example behind this rock, we're behind the rock, now we're in front of the rock, and then now we're like behind the sign but in front of the tree all at the same time, right? So it's really cool, and you can kind of see how simple that was, how easy that was to create Y sorting, because now every time we want to go over here and add in a tree, we can just click on a tree and we can add this in different spots on our map. And you're going to see if we were to click play, that tree is automatically going to be part of our game, right? So it's automatically going to Y sort. So basically anytime we add in a new tile within this tile map layer, it's automatically going to Y sort with every other tile and with every other item in that scene, which is Y sortable, which is so beneficial. And that's why tile maps are really the way to go when you're working with Y sorting, because you can kind of see over here in example 1, when we went over this, it's a bit confusing and it takes up a lot of space in the hierarchy, but there are some things which are going to need their own scene, which are going to need to be Y sorted, and that's why it's important to understand how to do that. But for example, over here, you may be like, well, we don't have collisions. Well, collisions are just something that you can set up within the tile map. And I've actually created an entire tile map tutorial on this a while back, so if you do want to go over that, it goes over everything tile map related besides the Y sorting, so that's why we're creating this today. But if you want to go check that out, I'll leave a card to it on screen right now. But we have a physics layer here. We can create this over here in the tile map layer. We can go to paint, properties, physics layer, and then we can click on what we want to paint. So for example, we'll just create the tree collisions for now, but you can kind of see that you do this, and then you can click on that tree, and then that's going to be a collision, and then you would go to this tree, you would change it up if you want it changed, and then you would click on that, and then so on, right? And then you would have collisions on your trees now. So if we click play, you're going to see that this tree is now going to have some sort of collision. Now that was a very messy collision I created, so it's not going to look right, of course, but we do have collisions on those trees now. I mean, so that's basically everything you should know about tile maps, but there's one thing about this example that we just created that I do not like, and I want to clarify that, because it doesn't explain to you how important organization is and how you would actually use organization, because down here we just have 2 items. We have a layer and we have a player, and that's it. But over here in the world 1, I stressed how important this organization through nodes was, and I just want to show you how you would do that, for example, in world 2. So we have our tile map and everything's done within our tile map. Yes, that's right. But there's more that we need, right? Because, for example, in a game, you're not just going to have a tile map and a player. You're going to have enemies. You're going to have NPCs. You're going to have whatever it may be. So real quick, I'm going to go create an NPC, and I'm going to show you how you would implement that within this and keep everything organized, just like I kind of stressed how important that was over here in this example. Okay, so I just created this rock head NPC, and I created this mushroom head NPC right here. And let's make sure that we turn on Y sorting on these guys as well, real quick. Just like that. And then we can come over here to our world 2. How do we want to go about this? Well, we need to create a node 2D, right? Now on this node 2D, we can basically store our NPCs within this node, and we can turn on Y sorting within that node, and then we can instance our rock head NPC, and then we can instance our mushroom head NPC, right? So you would want to instance them within this folder. We can move them around. For example, mushroom head will be over here. So you can kind of see how Y sorting is already working. Then we can put the rock guy by the rock, right? Then we click play, and you're going to see that these guys should automatically be walking around and moving around, and they go behind the tree. This one's going in front of this chest. You can see that they interact with the player. So if I go between like this area, you see I'm in front of the tree but behind him. Now we do have collisions on, and the collisions are very messy, so if the collisions look weird, that's why. But you can kind of see how everything is coming together here and how everything works, how the NPCs also are going to Y sort. Basically that's showing if you have, for example, 10 enemies in your game, they're all going to Y sort within the tile map as well, as long as you have it within this Y sort objects node. And then you can order those like this. So now we have our NPCs, and then maybe we would have, for example, another node 2D, which would be for our enemies, and so on. And I just wanted to kind of clarify that before we end off the tutorial. But other than that, I think that's everything covered. And again, if you do have any questions, please ask me in the comments, because no question is a silly question. All questions are good, and I would love to help you out, because I really do want you to understand this, because understanding Y sorting in Godot is so important.
Oh, for sure.
Understanding Y sorting in any game development engine is so important, because it's the layering. It's actually what puts your player into the world, and not just your player on top of the world. So, map. Okay, so now that we're in our tile map example, let me kind of go over what we have here. So we have a node 2D, which is our world 2. We have a node 2D, which is just a folder for our tile map layers. And then we have a player, right? And then the player, again, is the exact same player with just a different camera. Everything's the same on this player except for the camera. As you can see that we have a limiting on the camera, and we have a zoom on this camera, and that's the only difference. And basically this tile map that we already have. So if we were to click play, again, there's no Y sorting or anything enabled. There's no collisions. There's just this world that we have here, right? And to go about Y sorting, we actually need objects to Y sort. So we're going to need another tile map layer. So we can add on to our tile map layer that we already have. So we can say tile map layer here. And then this layer is going to be the thing that's going to store our trees and our rocks and our whatever we want to store, right? Whatever you're going to have that's going to be Y sortable, we will store it on this environmental layer. That's what we'll call it, just because that's what we called it in the last example. And we need to go create a new tile set. And on this tile set, we can use from the Taga folder this resource art set. And then we can say, no, we don't want to automatically create the tiles, because if we come down here and look, you're going to see that these tiles, we're going to have some tiles that are 2 tiles big, right? So we need to create those ourselves. Now, if you know how to work a tile map, you can skip this part, because this is just the basics of a tile map. Here, and we go to the tile map tab over here, so we can paint these tiles. And we paint these up at the same exact 2 tall, because you can kind of see how that affects it and how it pushes it to the bottom now. So anything that's 2 tall, this is going to work for. So we need to move it -8 this way as well. It's good. So that's kind of how you go about the texture origin, so that our tile map actually looks right. But when you're Y sorting, you also have to worry about the Y sort origin, because that's where the individual tiles are going to be Y sorted from. So if we go back down here to our tile set tab and we go to paint, you're going to see that if we drop this down, we have a Y sort origin right here. It's that simple, right? It's like right here in the same spot. And this is going to be changed the exact same way. So currently on all these items, the Y sort origin is where this blue is. Where this little crosshair is. So if we were to, for example, move it -3, you're going to see that's going to move it up.
All right. So we gotta Why sort all these origins? The tile set, paint, Y sort. Oops. Mm-hmm. 16 is too much. 12. Yeah, that's pretty good. Alright, this is just gonna take a while. I'll put the music back on. Yeah, this is gonna take a while. And we're not gonna get it right the first time. We're gonna have to walk around and we'll have messed stuff up. It'll be fine. Oh, there's nothing here. Okay, what do we have? Just that. This is all texture stuff. That's not anything that we would interact with. Oh, here we go. All this junk down here. That doesn't need to be Y sorted. I think that's why sorted. The good thing is we can come in and if something doesn't look like, we can click on individual things. It'll show us where it is on the tile map, and then we could change the Y sorted, and it should update for everything. I hope dopity dope. No, how do I do the thing?
So if we move it positive 2, because it's moving it on the y-axis. So for example, that's where we want our trees to sort. So we can set all of these basically at that spot because that's going to fit. And that's almost going to work for all of our tiles that are too tall. Or 2 tiles tall, except maybe this one. Maybe we want that one to be a little bit up because it's a chest. Maybe even one higher. But you need to play with this and just get it to the location. For example, this one right here. The thing, I want to give you a tip here as well. You don't have to worry about it being in the middle because when we're worried about the Y sort, we're just worried about the Y. We don't care about the X. The X doesn't matter based on the sorting. It's not going to sort it based on the X axis. So you only have to worry about the Y. So all of our chests, we want to sort at the exact same spot for the most part, right? So we can set that up like this. This, we want it to set, we want it to maybe sort even lower than that, right? Maybe at 0. All these look fine. That looks actually really good. The campfire, maybe we want that to sort a bit higher. And then these rocks are all fine. They look good. The trees here, these little guys, they need some work for sure. Now, they're so small, you're not even going to be able to tell that they're being Y-sorted, but they do need some work. So we'll go maybe 3 on all of these because that looks like it's at the stem. Maybe not on these top ones, though, because they're all positioned at a different point, right? So we can, on maybe these, put it at 2, maybe even at 1. Sign. Let's put in a campfire. Let's put in whatever it may be. Let's put in a chest here, right? All this stuff is now going to Y sort. Let's put in some other trees as well. Like this, right? So now we have a little world set up. And everything should Y sort, right? Because we set everything up. Well, no, because we haven't set everything up. we've set up all the background things that are going to help our Y sorting, but we haven't actually enabled Y sorting. Now, the thing is, with a tile map layers, this is what tile map layers have came in so handy. They're really handy for Y sorting. So in Godot 4.3, they ended up adding in tile map layers, and they're so beneficial for Y sorting that it's unreal, because instead of making our entire tile map a Y sort, we can create a separate node, just like we did over in example 1, because we can come up here and say, okay, well, let's create a node 2D, and let's create this to be our Y sort layer, or our Y sort objects, we'll just call it for this example, right? In a real game, you would probably want to call this something else, but for now, we can drag in our player, and then because we have different layers on our tile map, we can drag in this environmental layer down into our Y sort objects, and it's going to be a complete, so basically we just split our tile map into 2 different layers, right?
That's interesting.
Which it already was, but you know, maybe 3 months ago we couldn't even do that. So now
cereal came today, the Wednesday one. It smells delicious and tastes really good when with milk. Aw, heck yeah, Tom.
It's really beneficial.
That's
here.
awesome.
And we can move this into a Y sort, and then so we can come over here into the ordering, and we can turn on the Y sorting for the whole layer. We can go to the player, of course, turn on Y sorting for the player, and then for this objects here, we can come and we can turn on Y sorting for the entire node. So everything under this is going to be Y sorted within this Y sort objects folder.
I'm confused.
Right?
Come back on that.
Player, turn on, and then we can move this into a Y sort, and then so we can come over here into the ordering, and we can turn on the Y
Yeah, we're doing good today. I'm out of tea though. I have no tea left whatsoever. I will have to get tea today once I get off stream. So it's a get tea kind of day.
For the whole layer, we can go to the player, of course, turn on Y sorting for the player, and then for this objects here, we can come and we can turn on.
No, I'm confused again.
And it's gonna be a complete.
No, go back.
Sort objects, we'll just call it for this.
Y
example,
sorted,
right?
yeah, I get
In a
that.
real game, you would probably want to call this something else, but for now, we can drag in our player, and then because we have different layers on our tile map, we can.
Yeah, no tea. It's. I gotta get more tea. I'll get it though. I get it.
Down into our Y sort objects, and it's gonna be a complete. So basically, we just split our tile map into 2 different layers, right? Which it already was, but you know, maybe 3 months ago we couldn't even do that. So now it's really beneficial here, and then we can move this into a Y sort, and then so we can come over here into the ordering, and we can turn on the Y sorting for the whole layer. We can go to the player, of course, turn on Y sorting for the player. And then for this objects here, we can come and we can turn on Y sorting for the entire node. So everything under this is going to be Y sorted within this Y sort objects folder, right? So if we click play, you're going to see what happens. This entire tile map layer is now going to Y sort, which is absolutely.
All right, we'll try it. So we're going to throw our player in here. That didn't work. We're gonna throw our player in here, and we're gonna do a node. And just for right now, the node is gonna be Y sort. Yeah, and we'll throw the character under there, and then we will throw objects under there. We will turn. Process tutorial, come back on that. Got a medium-sized box of cereal, but still good as hell. Heck yeah, dude. Mm-hmm. So all 3 of them, we gotta have Y sorting. So I ate cereal yesterday, dude. Heck yeah. Us Americans, we got all them flavors and everything. We gonna eat them up. Yeah, no, I had some cereal yesterday. I have a massive milk allergy. Like, it's not even lactose intolerant. It's my tongue and throat swell up when I have dairy. So I have only just recently switched to almond milk, and I've been buying almond milk in very small cartons is what they sell it in. And so I go through that stuff pretty fast. So I got to get bigger. And almond milk, it lasts for so long. I bought almond milk at like the end of last month. So the end of December, it said it was good until February. So, but yeah, no, pretty good. I use cereal pretty often. Okay, so we got to turn on ordering. Why sort? Which kind, may I ask, of cereal? Almond milk, that's pretty good. Sword to butter. No, it's good. So I had some Frosted Flakes, and then I'm a big fan of Cinnamon Toast Crunch. There is another cinnamon cereal that I really like, but I haven't had it in a long time, called Cinnamon Churros. And then every now and then I treat myself to some Reese's Puffs. But I had the last one I had some Frosted Flakes I really like. All right, why sorting is on the player? Objects. Ordering. Why sorting? Yes. What went out? Did one of my lights go out? No. Why sort? There's no your face. There's maybe it's the type of node it is. Node 2D. Push those into the node 2D. Push that into the town. Get rid of this. Oops. Node 2D, come to my rescue. Oh, why sort? Yeah, okay. I guess that's why there's a difference. Why sort? Cinnamon Crunch, the little squares? No way, that's one of my... Yeah, dude! Cinnamon Toast Crunch! I gotta be careful, though. Shreds my mouth up, you know? If I'm not too careful. Okay. Oh, snap. I added my character, but where is he? Where is... Here he is. Okay. Oh, I see. So we need to bump all those up. Ooh. Oh, I understand and learned. Okay, now we're playing here. Where you get from internet or in the supermarket? Which one? Nah, supermarket, man. I got it. Walmart. You know, go to Walmart. We have something called Corner Market around here. It's kind of like a big Whole Foods kind of thing, but it's like more local to the southern part of the U.S. kind of thing. But yeah, or Dollar General actually has some. Yes, good old Walmart. Something happened. No, nothing happened. So that's good? Not responding. Not great. Okay. Why sort? Alright, I'm gonna show y'all. Show you this insanity. We did it! We Y sorted! We Y sorted. Okay. I'm done. Where's because I'm not even in the right scene. So scene, and then Godot debug. There. No, that's not big enough. Gotta make it big for y'all. Let y'all see this. Yeah. Okay. So here we are, and then you see if we walk in front of these guys, we're in front of them. But then if we go behind them, oh, we just Y sorted on your butt. Okay. The buildings need to be incorporated in. Okay. That's great. That's awesome. We're moving on to collision. Collision. You ever had good old Lucky Charms or not your thing? I have had Lucky Charms. I will totally eat some Lucky Charms. They are not always my thing, no. But I will rock on some Lucky Charms. Okay, so buildings need to be in Y sorting as well. Okay, so now I understand, and we will change things. BG, no. Yeah, fine. BG tile map. And then we'll change this from Y sort to, no, we'll leave it at Y sort, and then we'll have, I'll change that later. I'm not worried about it. What's up with this? Buildings. Oh. Let's fix that. Excuse you. I'm seeing the problem. Okay, that's chill. That's pretty good. Okay. Collision. Alex told me there is something called loaded cereal with white stuff in it. I'm not sure what I was trying to make a joke or not, but I wasn't sure. He was trying to make a joke, but or not, just checking. Yeah, that sounds like something we would have. Loaded cereal with white stuff in it. We have cereal with white stuff in it. I don't know what loaded cereal is, though. I am not sure. Cinnamon Toast Crunch loaded. Oh my gosh. No, 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 no. This is real. Or it looks like it's real. Yeah, hang on. Let me switch my scenes real quick. It's real. Cinnamon Toast Crunch loaded. It's the Cinnamon Toast Crunch with vanilla cream filling. Yo. Yo. That's crazy. You can get it on Amazon. Go to Amazon. No, it wasn't a joke. Cinnamon Toast Crunch loaded cereal. Cinnamon Toast Crunch with artificially flavored vanilla cream filling made with whole grain, large size, 13 ounce. $4.24 on Amazon. And, think that one over. That sounds like it could be good. All right. Collisions. Let's move on to collisions. Oh, I got a collision this whole tile map. And that's then no problem. Yeah. That's wild to me. If I see it, I'm gonna get it. All right. I'm gonna make these collisions and then I'm gonna end stream. But that doesn't mean I'm about to end stream. I think it's gonna take me a while to make these collisions. So we're gonna be here a while, but this is the last thing I'm doing today. Oh, let's see. Yeah, we'll start here, I guess. Tile set. Oh. Texture module trains probability. I don't know what that is. Select, setup, paint. To the dadgummit. To the tutorial. Okay. Where's Y sorting? Resources, music and sound, tile map.
Hello, so tile maps, which are a super amazing tool in Godot that allow us to create wonderful looking scenes like this. And today I will cover everything you should know from the tile map basics to collisions and layering, as well as how to animate tiles, use auto tiling, and so much more for Godot 4.3 and onward. Here's the breakdown for today's tutorial, just in case you wanted to skip around. Remember, if you have any questions at all during this tutorial, let me know in the comments and I'll be sure to get back to you. But subscribe to help other aspiring game developers, and now let's begin. Okay, so to get started with this tile map tutorial, I want to first cover the basics of the tile map node, because that is important to understand before we can move into any of the other functions and features of the tile map system here in Godot. So firstly, what are we going to do? Well, let's go over what we have, right? We have some art here, which is the art that we're going to be using for this tutorial. We're not going to be using all of these tile maps. So first of all, let's kind of break this down. So you can kind of see that this is a tile. This is the tile that we used up here in the corner, but this is But let's move into auto tiling and learn about that now. Okay, so to create auto loading here in Godot with these tile maps, it's actually going to be very, very easy, and it makes everything so much easier on yourself in the future, right? It takes a little bit to set up, but then after that, you'll be able to create maps very, very quickly, right? So to do this, it's actually done in a new way here in Godot 4.3 because of these different layering nodes. If you look over here, there's no place to create a terrain set, right? Because we need a terrain to be able to create the way that we want the tiles to kind of connect with each other. So the reason we have to do this is we have to go up to our main parent tile map, and we can come down here to the terrain set, add in a tile set there, and then we can create a terrain within that tile, or within that terrain set. We'll just name this grass,
Frosted Flakes glaze,
water,
glazed donut holes, Frosty Flax's glazed donut hole.
To start adding this to our tiles, we can come down here to the lower ground layer. We can
Interesting.
the paint tab, change this from texture origin down to terrains, click on our terrain set that we just created, and then select the terrain that we want to use, and then we can kind of go down here and connect it. So we can just click on a square, draw in a terrain on that. So since this is grass, the simple way to think about this is Lego bricks, right? So because it's, if we go over here to our main, it's connecting with corners and sides, it's going to use the side and the corners. So for example, this right here is going
just
to now
for the
connect
joke,
this because we're going to be spawning these in, but it's never going to want to leave a brown square here not connected to another brown square. This brown square is always going to want to connect to another brown square. So if we do something like this, right, these brown squares are always going to you did like this tutorial and it did help you in some way, then I hope that you subscribe and but you're gonna see how quick that we were just able to throw that together there, and it took about 2 seconds to throw it together, right? And we can throw this chest down and all this different stuff, and we can just do it like super quick now because we set everything up. So that is honestly the power of tile maps here in Godot, and I hope this video was able to shed some light on how powerful tile maps are, especially here in the new 4.3 update. Of course, they were already very, very beneficial. The edge, corner, edge.
Hang on,
corner,
let me look
edge,
this
corner,
over
edge,
this way.
Then these are going to be the surrounding, just like
oh,
we had down here.
This is 50 frames? That's weird.
And draw on a square, you're going to see that that happens. But if we go to be very, very easy, and it makes everything so much easier on yourself in the future. Right?
Cheetos, dude, Cheetos are good stuff.
You'll be able to create maps.
Cheetos are gluten free. I can eat Cheetos.
It's actually done in a new way
not,
here in Godot 4.3.
Not that I have a gluten problem. It's just things that are gluten free tend to be like
because of
okay for me to eat because of my allergies.
There's no place to create a terrain set, right? Because we need a terrain. The reason we can come within that, then click on our terrain.
Spicy Cheetos, heck yeah.
The base, if we go down, square is always right. This it's going to make sense. You're gonna see back. It's actually going. We can add a drawing water because water in that go to terrain square now, and then we can create something like actually crazy like this. And then of course we're gonna have to fill in the inner pieces here, but it's going to automatically fill that in even if we're using our and that they are kind of big, and we have to change the origin of them as well, right? But remember, let's see if you can do this part on your own, right? So we can do this, then we can go over here to the paint. So pause this video and see if you can change the origin on your own. But remember, you go down here to the texture origin, and then we can go and change these by 8 because they are 8 off from where they should be, and we can boom boom, and then we can go back to our tile map, and then we can add in some graves up here at the very top, right? And they're all going to be lined up like they should be. But you're going to see how quick that we were just able to throw that together there, and it took about 2 seconds to throw it together, right? And then we can throw this chest down with these tile maps. So first of all, let's you a few questions. It's going to ask you column, separation, speed, and then of course the frame. You're going to these, then it's each column different square. Down here, these are, and run over. Go back to animations, columns 4, separation 4, speed 2, and then we can add in another frame. And this may look like, well, that's a lot of work. You could just have everything done in one node. Instead, you're trying to make it done in a bunch of nodes, right? Well, there are some benefits.
These ones are jalapeno Cheetos, and it says contains milk. I guess some of them do and some of them don't. I'm not sure. Yeah, I gotta read everything basically.
It also, a thing that I found out is that you can end up grouping these, which is very
crazy stuff that contains milk.
Reasons, but it's gonna make it so much easier to figure out what layers are what, how to access them from code. So basically, because now they're part of the scene
I can't eat Doritos anymore.
Each layer is specifically its own node within the scene tree, which is actually amazing for different things. For example, procedural generation, right? It'd be very useful for that, for having every single layer of the tile map separated and allowing to access each layer and change each layer individually a lot easier than you would have before with everything done within one node. And another thing is like just organization, right? So this is going to keep everything organized. You can see water layer, lower ground layer, and you don't have everything done over just in one node, and you can kind of break it down. You can kind of basically turn one node off, keep the others visible, so you can kind of see what each layer has on it, a lot different than you could have before, if that makes sense. But yeah, so overall it makes minor changes, but the minor changes in the long run are kind of going to be beneficial to your project and for your workflow. So that's kind of why I recommend doing it this way. But of course, really,
okay, where's the collision bit?
Prefer. But okay, moving on to animations.
No.
How are we gonna go about creating animations here in Godot with these tile maps? So first of all, let's kind of break this down. So you can kind of see that this is a tile. This is the tile that we used.
I bet it's, oh, here we go. I should have, it's right here at the beginning.
And coming down here to the physics layer 0, physics layer 1. But for this video, we're only 1, right? For the sole reason of if you want different collision layers. For example, let's say for this rock, and we can open up the physics layering. This is where the collision now, instead of all the way up here where it did before. So that looks cool. That is kind of how that functions. And now we can create bigger tiles and we can place them around on our map. So all of these tiles, really, this one needs to be a 4 big, this one needs to be 4 big, this one needs to be 2 big, 2 big, 2 big, 2 big, 2 tall, you know, and then these are all 1. So we can kind of take these. Actually, we don't want to mess with those. We want to just actually change the origin on those, which is not what we want to do. We want to go back to our tile map and we want to paint some rocks around, right? So let's paint some single rocks, some solo rocks. Let's paint a mushroom, you know, and then we can kind of have that set up like that. And then if we look at our map, you can kind of see the world environment that we now have created based on layering, creating bigger tiles, and changing the origin of our tiles. But there is a couple other things that I want to go over, which is like collisions. So you need to be able to create collisions on your tile map. And also the reason that this looks blurry is because we haven't really changed our rendering settings. So we can go over here to project rendering, and change that to nearest, and then it should look clear just like that. But let's say, for example, let's keep it basic. Let's just add in a collision to this rock. How would we end up adding in a collision on this rock? Well, we can go to tile map. We can end up coming over here and we can open up the physics layering. This is where the collision is going to be done. And then we have the terrain sets, which is where we're going to do auto tiling later on in this video. And then we have navigation, which is if you want to just add navigation onto a tile so that you can use the navigation node. It's another node in Godot that controls animation to check if the animation or if the navigation layer is, you know, on that tile so it can navigate within a tile set. Basically, that's a whole different topic and a whole different video. But we can go here on physics layers, add in an element, and you're going to see this is where you can control the collision layer and the collision mask. You can have as many of these layers as you possibly want, right? For the sole reason of if you want different collision layers. For example, let's say for this rock, you wanted a different collision layer and a different collision mask than you wanted the water, right? So to do that, you could have two different layers with both set to different collision masks and layers. And the way that you would choose between these two is by going to our tile set, going to our paint, and coming down here to the physics layer 0, physics layer 1. But for this video, we're only going to have one. So let's just delete one of these collision layers here, and then go to paint and go to the physics layer 0.
Okay, we got it. All right, we figured it out. All right, we're gonna go back in here and no. Oh crap. Map. Physics layers, add element. There we go. I think so. Physics layer 0. Alright, let's get to it. Oh boy. This is gonna be a whole thing. Take it slow. Let it be calm. My friend Archie and Luke were having a conversation about the ban on cereal and snacks in the UK. And me and Archie were explaining how we both grew up with cereal and snacks from America to the UK. And we were explaining to Luke, and Luke said, I never had American cereal and snacks. The last time I did have American cereal is when I spent the holiday at America. I said, fair enough. And Archie and we were explaining how U.S. cereal is way more better than our crappy cereal over here. Luke agreed. We all agreed in the end. And Archie made a great point saying that we should at least have the small packets of cereal, even if it's Lucky Charms, as one of those small packets that you get in a pack of 6 is different variety, and that you're only allowed one pack of a 6-pack. Different varieties in 3 packs of specific small boxes, so the same cereal in 3 boxes. Yeah. Good thinking. Good on you. That's that. Take it chill. No need to rush. Whoops. Oh, well, okay. I don't hate that. Oh yeah, yeah, I like that. Let's do this. And you said that I've always had more American snacks than cereal snacks as a kid in the UK. And as a teenager in the UK and as an adult, I'm probably further, I said, a joke to Luke and Archie about. About cereal, and I said to Luke and Archie, the only thing that doesn't stop me from having cereal is myself, so I'm gonna have cereal till I'm 90. You understand me? And then he started laughing as hell. Yeah, man. You can eat what you want to eat. Uh... Oh, shoot. Oh, there you go. That's good. Obey the rules, and I do have 1 cup of cereal, and I have a cup and a half of milk because I don't want to waste the cereal by having too much, but at the same time, I like it. I feel you. I wish I could move it over differently. Just have to be patient. I don't even know if we're using this. Oh, no, we will. We will use them. Oh, that's where they are. All right, now I know. Only bad thing about cheesy Cheetos is after you've had a couple of Cheetos, your fingers get really Cheeto-y. Yeah, man, it's a mess. It can make a mess. Weird. Oops. Takis versus Cheetos? I've never had Takis, so I'm not sure. I don't know if they're, your girlfriend says dinner ready, so after eating small pack Cheetos, oh no, oh no. Gotta go to Tennessee. Have a good rest of the day. I should be able to do bop, 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 bop. That did not bop. Why did you not bop? And bop. Ooh, bop. Ooh, bop. This one did not bop. That one bopped. That one bopped enough. This one, though. What's up? Oh, no. Da, 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 da. We should be able to flip this one. So when we do this, if I can finish it. We do that one, put it here, and then I can flip it horizontally and put it there, and ha! No, it needs this. Curse you, rasterized image. Why? Why must you be slightly different? Why must you be crafted by an artist? Chad, he thinks he ducked out of the camera, but he didn't. We ain't gonna tell him though. It's fine. Yep, and boop. It's on a tree. Now can I flip it? Yeah, that's good enough. And then these are actually just all gonna be squares. I'm gonna reset it and then go there, 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 and there. It's all squares, fam. Except for these. I have to do these now. I don't understand. Why is it not just a feature? It knows where the lines are. It's a transparent background. Why can't it just trace the lines itself? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Computer went down for a second. Oh, I just stretched it. Oh, I hurt my leg. It's fine. Wait, I don't need these. I don't want to listen to the music. Music's just there so it's not dead silent on the stream. I'm not listening to any music. I'm gonna wrap this blanket around me and just sit here in silence as I move these pixels across the screen. I'm going insane. Oh, I don't know. I thought it was the whole picture. It's not the whole picture though. Oh my gosh, we completely forgot this side. Oh, that's one way to do it. Okay. Yeah. Go to the next aisle. Okay. What do you see? There's just soup. What do you mean there's just soup? I'm saying there's only soup. Where are you? I'm at the soup store. Why are you shopping for clothes at the soup store? Stop yelling at me. We'll go to the next aisle. Alright, fine. Alright, you don't have to shout. There's just more soup. What do you mean there's more soup? I said there's just soup. What's the name of the store? It's soup. Fuck you. Hey, what's up, Tom? We are probably about to wrap up here. I should have been doing this whole time. It's fine. Yo, Shazam the Wizard. Over on the Twitch side. What is up, man? What does Darth Vader says? No. Yep. I am starved. So I think I'm going to finish this tree. Shazam, I have been good. I'm tired right now, but I have been good. I am drawing collision shapes on these trees. Look at this. Look, I was doing this tree. These trees are the same tree. They're just colored different. I could have been drawing the collision on one side and then clicking and copying it over to the other tree. Got almost 10 hours. Do I? Yeah. I start streaming really late at night for me because Pirate Software was like, hey, go see what category you're going to stream in and then stream when there's, you know, the least amount of channels streaming. So for me, I start streaming at like 3 a.m., you know, just while we're doing this game jam. So yeah. What am I doing? Oh, this branch is so tiny. But I'm gonna finish this brown tree. I'm gonna finish this brown tree and then I'm calling it because I'm starved. When a 9-year-old says to me, like, what the, yeah, really. Does it work? I don't know if it, I don't know. I'll tell you what works is streaming for long hours. If you stream for long hours, you may only hit 1 or 2 people in those certain times, but you gain those people, you know? And then once they either follow or subscribe you, then, you know, they'll be notified when you're streaming. And then when you start streaming on off hours, they'll know about it. So you don't get a lot of people at once, but you get, you know, one person here, one person there because they're up at those hours. And yeah, you gain a follower off of it or something like that, you know? Until they turn notifications off. Well, yeah, there's that. But I think what's really useful on the Twitch side is just having the followers page, because it pushes everyone who's streaming up at the top. So I don't know how to use Twitch properly, so I don't have a lot of followers. I have like 5 followers, right? And it pushes everyone who's streaming up. So, you know, I see like 2 people streaming, I'm likely to click on one of them. And then the YouTube side's way about, I don't know anything about the algorithm for Twitch. I don't know diddly about the Twitch algorithm. I know a little bit about the YouTube algorithm. The YouTube algorithm's all about engagement. Yes. Yeah, Tom. That's a go home kind of situation. Oh yeah, you can give me good. I will listen to some Twitch advice, Shazam. I will. I have a lot that I want to do, and I don't know if this is necessarily just for Twitch, but for streaming in general. I just don't have time to set it up right now because I'm trying to get through this game jam. But I've learned a lot about StreamerBot. I want to do more with StreamerBot. I know I could set that up if I gave that some time. I want to figure out the way that I like to stream. I feel like I need to find out which plugins to get. Because, oh, this is being weird. Because I stream with this fake desktop, whereas I've taken the Windows background and I built it all in OBS, right? The status bar, or you know, the hot bar at the bottom is fake. The background's fake, and I build all of the windows from scene sources in OBS. And so the problem with that becomes programs like Godot and After Effects and Unreal Engine and Premiere, when they have these windows pop up, that's a separate window. It's not contained within the program necessarily. And so that's a separate window that if I don't add it, then the audience won't see it. This is being a problem. Why isn't this doing what I want it to do? It's kind of doing it, but not really. There we go. Fast, man. Dang. Go home, kid. That's right. Oh man, there's still a good bit to do on this tree. I'm gonna get this tree done. I'm gonna do it. What is it? This, and then this one's little. There. 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 I don't need to do that. Let's get this one. Oh, this one's... Dang. Okay. Boom. Yoda doing the floss. Me be like days is going viral. Yoda do. There, 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 and where does this go? Here? Yes! Oh my gosh. Oh, Shazam. Oh, this is all... Alright, let me see. Be engaging when there is no one there. keep talking nonsense and you see it and seem you enjoy what you do. No, like someone who complete quiet and stone face, be consistent streaming with schedule, day and time. Twitch algorithm will work something out. Following other streams and be part of communities and be genuine. Communities will slowly start following. Always raid smaller streamers who have similar follower account and they appreciate follow raid compared to big streamers. Okay. Let me break that up. Be engaging when there is no one there. Okay. Keep talking nonsense and seem you enjoy what you're doing. No, like someone to be consistent in your schedule. Follow other streamers, be a part of community, genuine content. Okay. Always raid smaller streamers who have similar follower. Okay. Gotcha. Luke says Master Yoda is cooled out there. Yoda replies with Luke always complain. He does wish to I do. Thank you, Shazam. Yeah, the streaming the content of like work as opposed to like a video game is difficult because I get locked into things sometimes and I go stone faced and quiet. But I can ramble on about stuff for sure. It's difficult when if I was like driving, I do a lot of driving for work. If I'm like driving to Nashville, which is like a 7-hour drive, I'll do it with no radio. I'll do it with no radio and complete silence. I'll just mean mug the steering wheel. But no, I've done some podcasts before. I gotta, I don't like a lot of I like podcasts, but I don't like a lot of podcasts. I like very specific podcasts. No. Oh no. Godot just crashed. This advice was given from a big streamer when I first started Twitch. Okay. Killer. White Stormtrooper, Black Stormtrooper replies with yes Stormtrooper. White Stormtrooper says Black Stormtrooper replies with oh my. Alright then. Well, Godot just crashed. Let's see what survived. I was reaching for Control S. I picked my hand up and I had hit Control. All right, let's see how far back it is. Let's see how bad it is. Yeah. Tile set. Paint. Oh no. Yep. We lost the collisions, boys. Oh dear. Well, it's bad practice to go that long without saving. That's what I get for not saving. It'll teach me to save, but that, it's chill. It's we got all this done today. We made this whole freaking town. And we got it Y sorted, so that's good. So I'm a little bummed about losing the collision. Oh, that's okay. So we went that far back. We had fixed this earlier. I'll fix it later. It's fine. I better test it to make sure that we have Y sorting still. Oh, it happens. It's fine. I will I'm gonna test this and make sure we still got Y sorting. Cause we all know how that could go. Alright, it's loading up. Okay, and yes, it's Y sorted. Okay. Alright. It happens. I'm going to, tonight, after I eat, I'm gonna look and see if there is a better way to make collisions for the tile map. There's got to be. I just refuse. I refuse to believe that Godot or some plugin can't read the transparency of the image and say, oh, here's the edges, this is where I'll make the collision. Like, I feel like, yeah. Anyway, appreciate everybody that stuck around. That everything. Double check. I don't. Chickadee check some things. Shazam, what are you doing right now? You streaming? I don't know how to work any of this stuff. Yesterday, nobody that I'm following is currently streaming, so I don't think I'm gonna raid out this time. Oh, you know someone? All right, throw it at me. What's their at? Shazam. And we will head over there. All right, I'm gonna copy this and do a pixel artist. Heck yeah. Also game dev, very cool. I'm going to copy that and hit my /ray. Oh, it's not working because I'm in the wrong thing. So /raid. Do I have to do the at? That is not properly. I think I did this right. Oh, it's spelled wrong. Gotcha. I'll copy the new one. It's not picking it up in the raid thing, so I am just going to go to their channel and double check. Because I don't want to do anything wrong here. Twitch. Go here. And go here. Oh, yep, there it is. No, it popped up. All right, here we go. Now I'm going to do this right. All right, let's see if this does it. Oh, their raid settings do not allow me to raid at this time. Unfortunate. But all right, I don't think I'm gonna raid this time. Just cause if I'm gonna raid normally I would like to stick around for a little bit in their chat, and I am immediately gonna head out and go eat. So I think it's best if I just go ahead and end. Appreciate everybody that stuck around, everyone that chatted. It was awesome of you. I can't wait to see you all again. Let me get this ready and see if StreamerBot ends it on both sides. Oh yeah, I'll see you later, Shazam. Tom, you have a rest of your day over on the YouTube side. Everybody else, stay